Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the IPL 500. My name is Paz, or Illumination, and I'm joined here on the caster's desk with Silen and Caveman himself. Welcome, guys. How are we doing today?
Oh, I'm super pumped. We got a 500. Let's go.
Let's go.
Absolutely. These are always exciting. I'm looking forward. We had a crazy day yesterday, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the grand finals bring us today.
Yes, sir. I remember you have been streaming the whole show yesterday from 64 players down to the 8 that we have right now. Any takeaways? Any upsets? What is your verdict?
Well, the elephant or the fox in the room in this instance is that our winner from last week didn't make it into, I believe, semis even. So Foxbeard, unfortunately, there for them. A major upset, seeing them get taken away so quickly was definitely surprising. But it just goes to show how much everybody's been grinding and putting the practice in here with Illuvium for this 500. And with that, even we'll talk about it a little bit later, but our players for today, we have a few new faces breaking into the grand finals.
Awesome. Yeah, the competition is fierce, and you got to practice. You got to stay on top of the meta if you want to compete in the IPL, in the Illuvium Pro League. That's cool to see. So you will be our guy for all the info, for all the storylines of people getting knocked out and so on from yesterday. Let's have a quick overview of the format today and what's about to come. Alrighty. So we are in the IPL Illuvium Pro League. This is our season number 1, and it will end with the big finale in December. Give me 1 second here. I'm a little bit lost. There we are. Okay. Okay, so the IPL 500 today, the format looks like this. We have the top 16 tournament players by IPL points made it automatically into the tournament. And then the top 48 of the sit and go qualifier made it also in. So everybody can always play in those tournaments. And if you qualify through the sit and go, you just show up, play some ranked games, you're gonna come into the big league, into the big tournament. Yesterday was day 1, from 64 players in a best of 2 down to 32 players, best of 2 down to 16 players, and then a best of 3 in the semifinals down to 8 players. Now we are in day number 2, and we have a best of 4 ahead of us to crown our grand champion today. Yes, sir. You guys excited for that?
100%, with the best of 4 allowing us to have a little bit of extra time. If you happen to get one of those volatile regions, maybe it's not as heavily going to affect you since you have a couple more other tries. Or we can have maybe just 4 matches of complete volatility. We'll have to see how this one goes.
Well, and we were talking about how the competition's been increasing. I think particularly this week, we had a ranked leaderboard reset, so everyone felt fresh and they wanted to get in here. And I think that's why we got some new faces in here. And I think that it's going to be really exciting to see if there's a new rush, new metas coming out, especially, that there was a patch not this week, but the week before. And I still don't know if anyone's really solved the meta. And I think that today we're going to see what are the really big comps, what are the comps that are driving the final closes to get that top 1 position. I've seen a huge variety in my play so far. So really, I want to learn from this one. I'm ready to see what are the best comps I should be playing because I need help. I'm not up there, obviously. So yeah.
Yes, sir. We're going to see the best of the best battle it out today. It's going to be amazing. And this is what they're battling for. We have a prize pool of $5,000 today. You might think, hey, this is a lot, right? But next week, we're going to have a $20,000 prize pool. And there's also open qualifiers for that. So if you haven't started up Illuvium yet and practice, it's about time. Next week is where everything is happening, but this week is no little event by itself. IPL 500 is our second biggest event. And if you win one of those, for example, you are right on track for qualifying for the grand finals for the World Championship in December. So first place is going to get $1,500, second place $700, all the way down to 40th place with $20. So the top 40 are in the money, and the big money is obviously in the top 8.
And of course, no better time to start. I actually want to acknowledge Book the Bear here in Twitch chat because they're saying, I don't have any good Illuviums to participate in the league. This isn't Leviathan. You can start right here, right now in the Illuvium arena because this is all based off of Gauntlet. So everybody's Illuvials are on the same playing field.
Yes, exactly. So we have 2 different mods. One of them is very much a free-to-play. Anybody can come in. You start today. You have the exact same chances as someone that started a year ago. Except obviously his knowledge, right? That's the only thing that has been compounding over the years. So it's going to get hard, but we're going to see it very soon when we check out the player profiles. There's players who are just in here for over a month. So it's very easy to catch up and actually join the ranks of the pro players here in Illuvium. All right, next up, we just have the schedule right here. There's one little mistake. So at the very end in December, we don't anymore have last call and last chance. This has been combined to one final event where people can qualify for the world stage, for the world championship. Everything else is still up to date. So right now we are on the 28th actually of September. So this is the last event in September. And then next week, 4th of October, we're going to have our first IPL 1000 with $20,000 on the line. I'm excited. I'm sure Caveman is excited for that one as well. It's going to be a fierce competition. We're also going to be streaming for 2 days. Are you sad you're going to not be able to play Caveman, or you have finally found peace that you maybe cannot compete in the top 8 with them?
Every week I'll sit in the sit and go and I'll play and I try my hardest, but this week I think I finally came to the realization I'm in a lucky position. I get to cast these events. I get to talk about what's happening. So yes, I think I have given up. Don't get me wrong. I'm still going to be playing every now and then. I join some of these strategy calls and talks with players trying to figure out the metas. So yes, I'll still be doing it. Am I pumped for the World Championship? Yes, I am. This is something that I think a lot of us OGs who've been here since 2021, hearing the ideas of these massive esports coming into Web3, and we finally got Illuvium hosting theirs in December, and it is like the dream that we've been waiting for several years now. So yes, I'm so pumped for it.
Nice. Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. I think we've always been very on a similar playing field. I think we were always like competitors and rivals, at least from my perspective. And I feel similar, because if we both put our like 24 hours, like we grind all day, maybe we can get in some of those finals. But me personally, I have accepted that I haven't been a pro player my whole life. Like this is very hard. And when I play versus people like Fox Spirit, like Slicks, like Nareba, like the really top of our league, I kind of realized there is definitely a bit of a skill difference. Plus, they put in full time, like every day, full hours. So you cannot even catch up to them by putting in more hours, because they sleep, play Illuvium, and repeat.
Yeah, and when this rank reset happened, so I played probably 100 games before the rank reset to warm up, so that when this rank reset happened, I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna push. I'm gonna try for a day. I'm just gonna literally dedicate a full 20-hour session, go as hard as I can. I played 20 games and I have an average of like a 3. I like a 3.5 or something. And I was looking at the other players and they're 1.9, 1.8. I'm already like rank 40. I'm like, no, there's no chance. No chance I'll be able to get with these guys right now. I'm done. And I called it there. So
Yeah, I feel you. And I think Silent is in a similar boat where we are all playing very good, but yeah, to really like, it feels finally like we have a pro league. And where you feel like, okay, these are just beta players. They deserve to be there. They are pro players. And I'm happy to sit here and watch.
No, exactly. I've accepted my fate beyond the caster's desk. Thankfully, I came to terms with that about 10 years ago, at least, though. So it's been a while.
And here we have the semifinals, the top 16. I wanted to highlight also the 8 players that didn't make it in, but went into the semifinals, which is huge. And so in green, you can see the 4 people from each group that made it. So we got Narcash coming in first in lobby number 1, Kulegast, Axel from Apex, Joaquinho, sorry, I'm gonna butcher some of these words, but we're gonna get there. We got Furies from Hype on the other side, Amafishy from Hype, Web3 Gaming TV from Hype, and Seiko Perico coming in as 4th seed in lobby number 2.
Yeah, it was an absolute crazy semifinal. But sorry, Kidman, go ahead.
Sure. I was just going to talk about some of these players. I was looking at the ranked leaderboard once again. We were talking about ranked leaderboard. Some of these guys, Coolgast, he only has 14 games, and he's already in like the top. I think it was 60 or something. So he's got an incredibly good average. You've got Web3 Gaming pretty high up there. Some of these players are just really, really good and being consistent. They're cranking out a lot of games. So like QoS is on the low end where he's only played 14 games. And so I wanted to say this to anyone who's listening. You don't have to be a heavy grinder to get into one of these tournaments. He only played 14 games and he's now at the top of the IPL 500 with the potential to win a huge prize pool here. So if you're good at the game or you think you can be good, get in here, start playing with us. And then on the other side, we do have some grinders. If you're just someone who wants to put in the time and the effort, I think I'm officially has 66 games already, and this is Thursday. This patch just happened on Thursday, so these guys are playing like madmen, and I'm sure that Silent's got the cool deets on how the rest of this tournament went. I'll let him speak on that.
For sure. Like, it was really exciting. First and foremost, I need to apologize to Fancy Pants. I was having fun with my chat, and I was making my predictions, and I said, oh, yeah, we'll see Fancy Pants in Grand Finals. Immediately, the game after, they got an 8th, and I'm like, oh, no. I'm so sorry. But commentator's curse coming on through. But what ended up kind of standing out here, so Narcash in lobby number 1, they super consistent. I think the worst they got in the best of 3 was 3rd. So easily taking the lobby as a whole. But with everybody else, it was getting scrappy. It started off with Axel winning, I believe it was 2 lobbies in a row. But then they ended up getting 8th in the 3rd game. So even still, after winning 2, going into the next one, they barely, or in the semifinals rather, they didn't make it easy for themselves, is what I was basically trying to say. Because all you had to do to guarantee that you made it into grand finals was just get first, and then 7th. And of course, they got first, 8th. It made it a little bit confusing, but they were able to make it on through. Coolagas, I believe, for the first time here in this IPL, will be finding their way into the grand finals. One of our newer players, I say newer players, but it's been about a month and a half or so, but they've gotten themselves into 2nd in this lobby, now in the grand finals. And then it looks like a chat favorite here, John Aquino, was about, I think, 5th or 6th, right on that bubble, on the fringe, trying to get in to that one. They needed a few things to go their way, and what ended up happening in that lobby in particular, Maru was, I believe, 3rd going into that one, and they unfortunately did end up falling pretty early, but that allowed for John Aquino to squeak in and make that top 4.
Yes, and we have some player profiles here from the top 8 players that we're going to see today in the grand finals. I want to start with Furies right here from Hype. He's 36 years old. He comes from Sao Paulo in Brazil. If you're also from Brazil in the chat, let us know. Where's our Brazilians at? I know there is a bunch. We have a very strong Brazilian community. He is in Illuvium since 2023, so it has been 2 years already here. Why did you join Illuvium was what I asked him, and he said, I was literally searching on Google for a Pokemon Auto Battler game and found Illuvium. So that's also a big point for me, where it combines two of my favorite games, TFT and Pokemon. Why did you stay in Illuvium? He said, I stayed in Illuvium after being amazed by the blockchain technology. So he was first exposed to Web3 through Illuvium. And then the best thing about Illuvium, to have my character on the board and the variety of strategies with it. So the Ranger, I think a big favorite for a lot of players. And then also the design of the monsters, of course, is really good. And finally, a fun fact, which surprised me a lot. I'm a certified Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, which sounds dangerous. And he's going to show that on the battlefield today, I think.
So if we ever have a live in-person final sometime like down the road, don't contest Fury.
Oh, I mean, maybe we should see a battle between Kane Warwick and Furies. I don't know if you guys know. Kane Warwick actually fought. I think he did karate though at Permissionless last year. It was really cool to watch him, and it'd be interesting to see if during the World Finals maybe we have like a little bout between some of the content creators and stuff. I'd be ready to fight someone. Who wants to fight Caveman, huh? Kaz, you want to go? Like,
I'm not sure.
Give me some gloves.
Something where we don't hit our heads, because I've hit my head too much as a teenager.
Oh, no.
I don't want to do that anymore. We can like wrestle or something. I'm down for that.
And one other thing I want to point out about him real quick. He's 36. All right. Like I'm starting to feel like I was getting too old, but he is 36 and now he's performing. He's already got enough points, I'm pretty sure, to easily already qualify for the World Championship. So you can't say you're too old to play this game anymore. That's another thing I'll just say. But,
yes, sir. Yeah, but I think he's also just built differently. But yeah. Okay, let's come on to the next player, because we have a few minutes before we start the games. We can also check these player profiles out. We have 4 games today, guys. So maybe we're going to just jump into a game and then we're going to check more player profiles out while we go. But for now, here we have one of the crowd's favorites, Jonaquinho from Sura. He's 26 years old, also from Brazil. He came into Illuvium with the first airdrop that he saw. I asked him, why did he join Illuvium? And the trailer got me hooked, was his answer. I think that's a big point also for many of us. Yeah. Why did you stay and why do you stick with Illuvium? Playing with my friends at Sura Guild was a big point for him, and having a good auto battler in Web3 is just a great thing for him as well. And then the best thing about Illuvium, the attention Illuvium gives to the esports scene. So right here at the Illuvium Pro League, I think this is something that everybody has been waiting for, to finally have official competitive scene. So that's, I agree, it's really cool to see. The fun fact, I have 12 pets in my house. 11 cats are myself.
Oh my moly.
How do you even pay
How
for
are any of your computer wires safe?
Yeah.
I knew with this fun fact, everything above, we couldn't think about it anymore, because everybody thinks now about the 12 cats, which I think is amazing if you have it all under control, but I'm sure it's a lot of work. They're really cool to see. We're going to jump over to the next person in a second. We have 8 of them today. And next up, someone that has been with us for a long time. Web3 Gaming TV from Hype. 34 years old. Comes from Perth, Australia. Since survival mode, since survival only mode, when we only had survival mode, not Ascendant yet, is when he first joined Illuvium. I think a few of us can still remember that. I started content creation around that time as well. At first, I actually used videos from other people because I didn't have access yet to make videos about it with their content and commentate on it. So I can remember that well still. Why did you join Illuvium? I think maybe random token price video is his answer. Why did you stay in Illuvium? The Illuvials, the IP, and he just likes auto battle as a big TFT player. The best thing about Illuvium, Gauntlet is legitimately a very good game, and earning some money is cool as well, was his answer here. And a fun fact about him, as a teenager, I was a pro surfer, which I think is really cool. Surfing is amazing.
And one thing about Web3 Gaming, he is just like the nicest guy. Like you get in a voice chat with him. He's just a genuinely nice guy. I don't know. I've loved hanging out with Web3 over the years, and I'm happy to see him performing well, being one of the one of the OGs that's still, repping. It's cool to see him up here.
Yes, sir. I know a lot of people love his content. I enjoyed it a lot also in the survival times when we were farming airdrops. I was always battling with him who can get the higher stages. He often got the better of me. I sometimes got the better of him, but yeah, he's a great content creator, great guy. We see Furies here in chat. By the way, Kane sounds very dangerous, but I'm a big guy who knows. So I think Furies is ready to take you up on that challenge. We just got to clip that and send it out to Kane and see if we can get something going for the Louis Fest.
Yeah.
Shout out to everyone in chat, by the way. I hope you guys feeling good. Just a few minutes until we jump into the first game. Before that, we're going to have a look at Zico Perico, 37 years young from Spain. He has been in Illuvium since more than a year. I was playing Web3 games back then, so I came mostly for the overworld airdrop, so that's how he got exposed for the first time. I thought it was the best Web3 project, and I love autobattlers, is why he stayed. And I love the idea of owning and training your Illuvials. Leviathan Arena is my favorite, and that's his favorite thing about Illuvium. The fun fact, I got attacked by an octopus when I was younger, but Octius is still my favorite Illuvial. I think that is so cool.
That's hilarious. Oh man. And octopus like once they're so sticky, right? So like if you're a little kid and you're trying to take it off and it won't, I'd be scared.
Terrifying.
I don't know how you could say it's your favorite alluvial. But I want to give a shout out to TSG for making these, right? Like TSG was the one who made these.
No, that was me.
But okay, never mind. It was all Paz. It was a pet Paz. Awesome. I love these. This is great. We love to see this. Now we can put a little bit more info to these characters and these players.
Yeah.
And this is gonna be awesome to see these over the years.
Yeah, I think it's really important that we have a bit of context. I think it's so cool to get a little bit of info, especially like, for example, Web3 Gaming. I've been with him in the community for years and I don't know much. And it's really cool to finally know a little bit about some players. But yeah, we're going to get more of these profiles. And yeah, I think this is really
one
good.
final thing here for Zico Perico too. I was just talking to them on, I think it was on stream about a couple days ago. And they were like their own worst critic of sorts. They were saying that they haven't gotten the opportunity to play maybe as much as they've wanted to. They've entered tournaments, but they're just like getting slammed in tournaments or something along the lines was what they were saying. And it's like, hey, you never know. Maybe this IPL 500 will be the one. There we go, Zico Perico, back in the grand finals, right where you want to be. And you don't have a lobby of 7 hypes this time to have to deal with. So this is your time.
Yes, sir. All right, we got a few players left, and we're going to jump into the first game. Players are getting ready. And one of these players is Axel from Apex, 20 years young, from Argentina, 1 year and a half. He has been in Illuvium. He joined Illuvium, or what brought him here was... what brought me to Illuvium were its graphics and varied gameplay style. Why did you stay in Illuvium? Because of the tournaments and the overworld. And the best thing about Illuvium, fusing Dark Holos with a 33% chance of success.
Oh gosh, why?
Well, why not? Why not?
I've lost a few Dark Holos that way. Actually, my first Dark Holo I ever got. But recently, I managed to get one Dark Holo. I think it was a Kukurov. Very exciting. I feel Axel right here.
Did those 33% all the way up to get a Jotun. That felt really good.
Nice.
Oh my.
All right, we got I'm a Fishy here from Hype, 21 years old. So a lot of young players, which is really cool to see, I think. At least young for me. Maybe someone says 21 is old, but I think everybody here on the caster's desk can agree. Young players here. Also, I'm a Fishy, 21 years from Eastern Europe. He has been in Illuvium since April this year, so haven't been long here, but has shown a lot of tournament presence already. Why did you join Illuvium? I learned about the game from a friend after the weekly prizes were announced. Why did you stay in Illuvium? I tried it and I really enjoyed it. I enjoy Illuvium because it's very competitive. The best thing about Illuvium, the project listens to player feedback. I was very surprised when some of my suggestions were implemented, which improved the tournament scene. This is really cool to hear, and I think this is a big point for a lot of players that actually the developers of Illuvium, the founders, the CEO, everyone is very close to the community and works with the feedback that the community gives them.
100%. I do think Quants has messaged you, Paz.
Yeah. We're gonna start just in a second. We're just speed running the last player profiles. And fun fact here, I consider myself one of the favorites in every tournament I play. So I think that's pretty cool. You need that confidence if you want to show up and win.
That's good.
Yeah.
Definitely nice to see. And that is it. I think that was all our 8 players. We're back to Furies, full circle. Beautiful to see. And yeah, we're gonna jump into the games in a second. The players are loading in right now.
All right, quick sound off. What do we think? Who's your favorite, everyone? Who are you gonna put it in? I'll say mine. I'm gonna go for my man Web3 Gaming. I have my hopes he's gonna secure this one today. Don't let me down.
And the little helper here, by the way, chat, if you wanna make sure you make a good decision on who you think will win, here's the IPL Global Leaderboard. So this is the current standings in the world rankings for the IPL for the tournaments. A lot of players here are not even in the tournament, right? So definitely some underdogs came into the mix, and we don't see Slicks, we don't see Moo, no Fox Spirit, no Sota. Wait, Narcash is in there. We skipped his profile. We're gonna come back to him in a second. Then I'm a Fishy, Web3 Gaming, Furies, Lynx is not here. Nareba couldn't make it, Guzera couldn't make it. So yeah, almost half of the top players not in here today.
Yeah, lots of potential for some big moves here from the middle of our little leaderboard here. And then my personal pick, I think it's about time that Fishy gets something other than second, and I want to see them get first. Let's see if this is the time for them to get it, because they've been very, very consistent at placing high in grand finals, just never winning one. Let's see if this is the day.
Yes, sir. All right, I'm going to try to actually bring up our last few player profiles that we didn't have yet, and then we're going to jump into the game. I think players are loading in right now, actually. And then we're going to see what's up. So I'm a Fishy. What did you say, Caveman?
Web3 Gaming.
Web3 Gaming. All right, I'm going to take Narcash. Narcash, I think, has been showing a safe bet. Pick. Definitely a safe pick. He has been showing that he's a great player. He used to be a TFT pro, so it's really cool to see all these big TFT players coming in.
If he continues to play like he did yesterday, then if they're not getting any worse finish than third, they have an extremely good chance at getting this.
Yes, sir. All right. Here, real quick, some player profiles we skipped to be exact. We got Kulegast, 20 years young, from Belgium, just over a month in Illuvium, so really cool to see him make a grand finals already. I've played TFT tournaments in Dreamers Esports, some grassroots tournaments in Illuvium, and I saw Illuvium tournaments being hosted. That's how he joined Illuvium. Why did you stay? The community tournaments and the IPL. I really love Illuvium's competitive scene. The best things about Illuvium, the Ranger, bonding, and the composite traits. All are very nice, unique features. And the fun fact about him, I played League of Legends from when I was 8 years old. That's where the 8 in my name comes from. I always wanted to go pro. Maybe now is my chance in Illuvium. I'm rooting for you. Actually, I'm switching my vote. I'm voting for Kulegast to win this tournament today. The underdog, the newcomer. First big finals for him.
And they picked up the game so quickly because, yeah, that's where I originally had met Kulegast, was about a month and a half ago in a Dreamers Esports tournament. And they were already holding their own from the first time that they started competing. And within a month, they're in the grand finals now. So that's absolutely insane.
That is amazing. And then last but not least, we have the man, the legend, the myth, Narcash, right here. 30 years old from Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. 40 days in Illuvium. I know it's unfair, Caveman. Let's cry later together.
That's crazy too. Oh my gosh.
Why did I join Illuvium? I wasn't happy with the new sets in TFT, so I heard about a TFT that pays. So the rest is history. He came into Illuvium and stayed because the game itself, he loves competing and playing. The best thing about Illuvium, I feel like the game is improving very fast and the devs really listen to the player feedback. And a fun fact about him, I missed my penalty in a U12 football final. I was the goalkeeper and the 12th to shoot. Yes, I have 12 penalties I had to shoot, and I missed, which still sticks hard with him. We feel you, brother, and I think maybe that's why you have so much fire inside of you for competing in esports and redeeming yourself.
No, I feel that. It's crazy, but having to shoot as the goalkeeper, that's surprising.
You don't practice that as a goalkeeper usually to have to shoot yourself.
That's funny. Well, the game is up if we're ready to get
in. Let's do it. I'm loading in right now.
And I'll mention we are doing a Crimson Waste, so it's going to be a shorter game than normal. It is the version where you deal additional damage to players based on their current interests. So if they have 70 extra gold MP sitting on the side, they're going to be doing 7 extra damage. And it's going to be pretty interesting. We're going to see what's going to happen. So that means some of these end game comps that some players usually go for, they might avoid. Might be going for like a mid-tier, something very cheap as a final win condition, or they're going to risk it for some of the late game comps. Who knows? We're going to see today.
Yes, sir. By the way, guys,
go ahead.
Sorry. We're going to have raffles and giveaways, actually trivia for you guys in the chat later on today, where you can win 5 times 5 LV. So 25 LV, around $600 today on the line for you guys, for you viewers. And we're going to do that every break and so on. So stay tuned for that. We didn't have time right now, so we're going to do maybe 2 in the next break.
And the thing that I wanted to... Sorry. The thing that I wanted to bring up here was actually a question that was given to us from Fox Oracle from one of the chats. Going into this game, do you force the composition that you want? Or are you specifically waiting for your ranger weapon? Like, how are you picking your team going into this one, especially with Crimson Waste that kind of has a faster gameplay style?
I think it's heavily based on the weapon. And what you'll do, and I was actually watching them, and I would have commented on it, but we were a little bit late loading in, is scouting out your enemies and seeing what they're going to be doing too. So it's like this is like one of the most important decisions of the match, is deciding which weapon you're going to pick. And you'll find that the fighter comps are the cheapest ones, and you'll see that 5 out of the 8 players are using fighter weapons. And I think that they all did a variety of different ones, except for the air bows. There's 2 players using the air bow. So they're all going to be competing over the fighter units. It's going to be pretty tough. But I think that they were going for the cheaper comp that's going to be able to get through. You see Web3 Gaming rocking the Shadow Maul. That's the empath one that I consider one of the best weapons in the game right now. You get 4 Mystic, it's basically GG. Especially if you get a Phosphorus online there as well. And then you've got Cool Gas with the Rogue Cleaver. That is one of the other best weapons in the game. So I think those 2 are clearly going to be in the lead. And then the battle between all of the fighter units is going to be pretty tough. But yeah, forcing the comp, if you don't have competition and you don't have the units, you can force it. But if you have other players going for the same comp as you, I'd advise trying to find a different path. At least that's what I do. I'm clearly not in this tournament, so I don't know if I can comment more on that. I'll let Paz speak on it too.
Hey, don't sell yourself short. You're definitely a top 50 player or whatever the number will be here. So yeah, definitely I think you have all the agency to talk about all these high-level techniques and stuff. Should we quickly go over the weapons? So we got Web3 Gaming with the Shadow Maul, like you said, Earth Empath. Then we got Cooligast with Vinebound Cleaver, Nature Rogue. I'm a Fishy with the Nature Fighter weapon. Siko Perico with Air Fighter Bow. We got Furies with Firefighter. We got Axel here with Earth Scion. John Aquino with Water Fighter, and then last but not least, Narkesh also with a Air Fighter Bow.
Yeah, only Axel going for the Scion kind of style. So I'll be personally taking a look, and in theory, like you were kind of talking about, if you're going for Scions and everybody else is going for Fighters, you should be pretty much uncontested. In theory, level up those Alluvials a little bit faster that way.
Yep. Should be able to go for Invoker pretty steadily. He's already got the stage 2 links, so that's looking good for him as well. what I'm going to be curious about is this next weapon round. Will anyone change their weapon? I would love to see that in some competitive play. Seeing someone go, okay, I'm like Jonakino is really at the bottom right now. He does have the water fighter weapon, which I think is the best one. But maybe he's just like, this is super contested, and then he moves. But he just won, and he's already back up several spots. So definitely too soon to say that. But I could see some people changing out of their weapons here, trying to go for something that's more meta. And yeah, but we'll see.
Yeah, let's follow along the winner of every round. So now we had Chonakinho win here, and now he's going to be up versus Furies from Hype. Chonakinho's main carries are 2 Lynxes. We got also some other fire units and other and a Grocko for the main tank. Take it away, Salin.
Absolutely. We've seen time and time again how crazy this double links kind of style can work really, really early. I've even seen to the point where people would put 2 stage 2 lynxes on at the same time just because it has so much damage. And we're kind of seeing how easily, with that pure damage, they are just chewing away through everything. The one lynx having 2 augments on it as well. So even though you got the 4 air, it does not matter. Absolutely full control here for Jonakino.
And it's not just the damage it's so valuable, it's the savings. It's the MP savings. They're such cheap units, only 2 MP, and it can easily take on a lot of stage 2 units as long as it's protected. And that just saves your economy. You're able to build up the interest, you're able to get to 70 quicker, and then you're able to just really start to just stabilize, roll down, get some good units, and potentially a nice win streak like Jonakino is coming back with right here.
Yeah, and funnily enough, the Lynx without augments did actually more damage, and that's why I often like to not augmentize my Lynxes, because even without items, they're doing really well. So it's sometimes even better to put it on a Doka or whatever, but we see right here the double Lynx brothers trying again their best to decimate their enemy. Zico Perico right here, and they are having a good time. Also, the Rogue in the backline was able to take down the backline damage dealer. So easy win here, another one for Chonakinho, and we're gonna crown him our first King of the Hill. I'm gonna swap over to Zico Perico.
All right, we're having our first weapon augmentation round. Will someone change their weapons here? This will be the deciding factor.
We got Kuligas, by the way, my champion here, sitting in comfortably first spot in his first grand finals of a tournament in an IPL 500. Really cool to see. Let's see if he can keep his momentum going. Right now he's playing around the Lynx, and he also found a Caradulo already. So yeah, a little bit all over the place, but it looks good. 4 Rogues, 2 Bulwarks, 2 Toxic. Like, does have his Ranger involved in the composition already. But let's watch Furies versus Zico Perico here.
Let's see how this one ends up going here. Of course, Fury's opting for that Rogue Revenant, but doesn't necessarily have too many Revenants this early in the game. So in theory, how can Zico Perico blast through this? The Fleesh is completely loaded up with a ton of Omega power, and that is probably the most damage I've ever seen a little Fleesh end up doing there, shredding through so many of these units. And with the Polar Bear and the rest of the support coming out here from Zico Perico's air units, they're going to clean things up quite nicely. And Furies, it's so early in this game, but yet they're already taking so much damage, down to 43.
And guess what Furies did? He has the Flame Warden staff. He knew that he was in a bad spot already. He changed weapons. He's trying to go potentially for 4 shock, is what it looks like he might be trying to go for with that empath staff now. Very interesting. We'll see if he comes back with that.
That's cool to see. So we do have the weapon change that was so much requested. And yeah, he doesn't have too many copies yet, but he's rolling right now. He is on 30... Oh no, how much is he? He's on 43 health. So definitely needs to get going, especially because we're in Crimson Waste, right? Deal additional damage to players based on your current interest. If you are on a lose streak, you're gonna take so much damage. And you need to work against that sooner than in other maps.
And it looks like
it's absolutely terrifying.
He's got the gyro. He locked in the gyro. He's still rolling, trying to get the... Oh, he's got one away from the Tikuruku. One away from the Riley. He could get 3 shock online pretty quickly here.
He's gonna roll right now. I'm very sure here. He finds the TB Ruku. keeps rolling for the Ray Lee. Doesn't find it yet and might be just happy with just rocking the TB Ruko. Now 2 shocks online, and this might be the power spike that he needed. Also found the gyro right here.
Seiko Perico has some of those Rileys that they were looking for, or the Ryleu rather, that they were looking for, so they kind of got blocked off.
This TB Ruko is gonna do a crazy amount of damage. But they're going versus 5 Nature, 2 Burden, 4 Fighter, 2 Berserkers. So very strong team here coming in from Fishy.
Immediately diving on in towards that Kronk. Going to delete it right off the board extremely quickly. Gyro gets a nice Omega onto 4 of those Alluvials, but now they're just going to turn and burn on top of that thing. And unfortunately, here for Furies, it looks like the pain is just going to continue. Big shot coming to them once again.
Furies and Narkesh really struggling to find their footing here. They could be knocked out very quickly. This Crimson Waste is just painful. Oh my gosh. So much extra damage coming in. It's only round 13 and they are on the chopping block potentially here.
Yep, that is pretty crazy. They're gonna push their whole money in right now. With 20 or 29 HP, there is no more time for dilly-dallying. You gotta spend your money and hope you're gonna end up with a strong enough board.
And Riley does make it, so there is the third shock here for Fury.
Oh, wow. So now all that matters to him is leveling up to like, I guess, to 7. And then he will be able to hopefully find a Squiz, giving him 4 shock and a huge power boost.
And he did get the Quinks online too, so he's got 2 Dust as well, giving him a little bit more sustain, especially against this rogue comp. He's going to need it because they're going to do a lot of damage.
Yep, we see Kuligast here in first place, jumping into the backline, focusing the Kukalus. It's gonna go down fairly fast. Now we're going on to the Ranger, but overall, not too much damage coming in from the Red Rogues here. The Karadulu also holding its own for a long time here, so overall it looks pretty good for the red side, and it's very balanced actually at the moment. We're gonna see in just a second who will be able to pull ahead. Will it be the Gyro or will it be the Gorilla? And the answer is Gyro plus Raylu taking the better of him. Wow. I think I turned off my graphics because look at that with the shadows. This looks insane.
Yeah, that looks menacing. Don't want to mess with that thing. But wow, that was super, super close. Good on Furies though to pull that one off. Otherwise, yeah, they probably would have been within kill shot for the next round.
And if we take a look at Narkesh also, he slammed levels to level 7 and then rolled, got a Sin Elf online, got 2 Invokers with a Bulwark. So he, with the Goliant, if he can get that TNT, he's gonna have a nice Goliant, the Granite front line with a potential of 5 Bulwark. It looks like he might be working towards, or at least 3, and he could start building up a pretty good front line for his Invokers to start popping off. But it seems like Narkesh just didn't hit the Seafrist that he needed to, and I'm a little bit actually shocked that he didn't get.
I'm so sad. It's Narkesh versus Furies.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're so... Because this will take one of them down to their last life, and I really was wishing both of them best of luck in their comeback. But yeah, now they have to ditch it out in an honorable fight. And it looks pretty crazy. On the red side, we see Goliath and Sinov, so a lot of power spikes, Fury Ox, and the Singe. Everything is ready here.
I mean, even right now it may only be around 15, but due to the Crimson Wastes region, this could maybe even possibly be a kill shot here onto Narkesh if Furies gets a good enough victory. And with those rogues diving into the back line, immediately taking a couple Alluvials down with pretty huge, but it's a nice little Sun-Elf blast right through many, but a big old shot's coming from that Mammoth to try and stun up the Singe for at least a little bit longer. The Team Ruko is hanging on, being like a pseudo-tank of sorts here. But look at that Fury Ox. It's hanging on by a thread. The Gyro's going to get the finishing blow. But there we go. We were looking for the Goliath. They found the Goliath, and Furies is going to take another hit.
That Fury Ox held on with 31 HP for the longest period of time.
That was crazy.
Did an additional, it was 3k additional damage. If he would have been done, that would have been game over. Narkesh would have definitely lost, but that Furiox just survived. It took shock attacks. That was the only damage it took, was just a whole bunch of shock, and managed to survive. So if Furies could have got the Squiz online, that would have been a totally different story.
Here we have a little instant replay coming in. I just wanted to see this Furiox one more time while we are in the build phase. There might not be enough time, but look at the shock damage coming in right now. Boom. Kills full unit.
And this beam, that's about as perfect as of a beam that you can get from that Sinolf.
Yeah, Sinolf did so much damage, even though it died so early on. And we're gonna go back to life, but yeah, Furiox gonna hold on with just 30 HP right there. All right. Back to life here. Furies versus Web3 Gaming. And this Singe right here in the middle with Magma activated is such a strong unit. Such a strong tank. And who is the damage dealer right here for the enemy team? It's just the Ranger and a little bit of the Gyro. Ranger dealing a decent amount of damage, but still less than the main tank, the Singe on the enemy team. And Web3 Gaming is gonna take down Furies to 3 HP right here.
Oh, Narkesh also lost, but going down to 5 HP. Both of them are in a rough spot. Narkesh I'm just so surprised he's struggling with the only player going Scion. How many, I guess Web3 Gaming has 4 copies of TNT, but that shouldn't make the difference. Very, very unfortunate. I think Narkesh may have had a disconnect issue for a short while as well. Very interesting.
Yeah, definitely rough for him. He was able to find most of his units, all of the big stage 2s, but it seems like he's just a little bit behind in tempo. There might have been some connection issue because he was grayed out earlier on. But yeah, we wish him all the best of luck here in the comeback, and we're gonna watch Narkesh right here trying to make it happen with his Sinalf and the Furiox versus the Furiox.
Ooh, this will be very interesting. I think Narkesh is actually in a good spot. He's got the Sinelf. That beam's going to go to the back line and hit that Furiox if he positions correctly. What I would suggest Narkesh doing, he needs to spread out his clump so that Furiox does not start to pepper his whole team. And he should probably move his bulwarks forward. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm getting stressed by watching this. I feel like the enemy team is in a good position here with 5 bulwark. This is going to be pretty nasty. The reposition happened last second.
Oof.
That's always one of the beautiful things of having that one final move that's kind of a surprise. And that Sinolf is in the perfect spot. Here he goes, diving on through, going to do so much damage, including to that Furiox. It's nearly going to go down. No, it hangs on by a thread. The front line here from Narkesh is starting to fall, but the same thing actually here for Axel. The second shot coming on through from that Sinolf is going to finally delete that Furiox. And now Narkesh, in the time that they needed to, they need perfect Illuvium. Well, so far, they're doing all right. Going to take this one.
It is. Those last second adjustments, he made it look like it was fully planned. Narkesh has control over his placement. I'm sure wasn't a thought.
And of course, Narkesh is gonna go up versus our win-streaking Web3 Gaming on top of the lobby right now with a similar team, but there is a Fur Knight which is gonna be so detrimental in this match, delivering a lot of damage and a lot of stuns.
Team also has Aegis online, so we're going to see where those, so you can see the Fur Knight's getting the one from the Arcos, and the Singe is going to be super tank. We saw the Singe do a bunch of damage earlier. We'll see how this plays out, but that Fur Knight, if the cast is good, could be very disruptive.
All right, we see a little reposition here again from Narkesh, looking pretty good. I think the Fur Knight is going to hit the TNT right here, which is not going to be too bad for Narkesh. Here comes the first laser onto the Arcos. Is not even going to go down to less than 50% health. And the Goliath in the front line is slowly but surely dying. And with that, all the front line is pretty much gone. Now we see those tanks onto the back line of Narkesh. Will it be enough? The Furiox just not doing enough damage at the moment. They are sustaining their healing. Here comes a huge Ranger heal, though. A huge Ranger cast. Ranger at 9,000 damage. Sinalf at 9,000 damage. And it's gonna be enough. Narkesh lives to see another day.
That was so incredibly close. Oh my gosh.
Woof. The range is suddenly stepping up, I guess, as Invoker, right? They stacked up their Omega power, and at one point they were just doing Exodia-like damage in the end.
And the Ranger with the Scion weapon is actually a pretty tanky unit. There's 2,400 health there. That's a pretty tanky. You got the Seaforus online also. There's 3 Invokers going into the Rogue comp. This will be very interesting to see who pulls through here. Using the Granite properly against that slashing will be incredibly important.
Absolutely. I got to hold the line. There was so much damage here from Kulagas. Where is that ramp fight going? It's got a bunch of Omega power on top of it as well. First beam's going to come on down. That Gyro is actually just going to completely raid boss this, go to the side and keep everybody else safe and keep the team out of the water. And this does not look good actually right now here for Nurkash. They might have gotten the Invokers they were looking for, but here's your hard counter with those rogues.
Nurkash out in 7th place. He was able to get 7th ahead of Fury's.
Fury's knocked out too. Fury's managed to get the 4 shock as well, but it was not enough to come back. This very difficult lobby. We're seeing a lot of people rocking 5 Bulwark as we've seen these last couple fights. That seems to be pretty good. Wow.
All right, we're gonna watch Axel here versus Amafishy. Amafishy on 1 HP, holding on to dear life. And we have a best of 4 today in these finals, so it's not the end of the world for our bottom players right here. They can very well still win the tournament. But yeah, definitely always stings to start off the tournament in a rough spot. We're gonna see Amafishy versus Axel here. Can Amafishy hold on with his Forus? Definitely a huge unit right there. Fernite sitting in the back with a fighter chip, having a lot of attack speed. Forus has a nice entry on the left side. But it is taking a lot of damage already. And the Furiox is actually focusing it, the main carry, which is devastating for Amafishy for the red side here with 1 HP. Furiox in the backline is untouched. There's no more tanks left though. Here comes the stun, and that's gonna surely be enough for Amafishy, right? Is the Ranger again gonna be able to hold on and fence off those rogues? Yes, they will be. Amafishy taking out 6th place.
Heartbreaking to see the forwards just get immediately targeted down like that, though. Perfect little position there for Axel to take advantage.
That was rough. I wanna quickly check out the replay and see, because I wanna learn from this. This is just the worst that can happen to you. Let's see, the Forus on the left side. The Furiox should be targeting the Twine, right? Does the Twine just die so fast? With the reposition. It should still target the Twine, I think, no? Yes, it starts on the Twine and then... Yeah, the AoE damage comes through, I guess. Oh, it also has the untargetable. Oh, no.
Oh.
And the other thing is, Singe just does a lot of damage in this patch right now. He's a very tanky character, and you give him Magma, he gets that nice grit and resolve, the extra energy damage that's being output near him. He just becomes a very tanky. That spin reduces his damage. It's a really good overall unit. It does tank and damage as well. Looks like we might have a composite chip here. This could disrupt everything. Is it a composite, or am I losing it? We'll see if people start taking their units off the board.
Yes, they are.
Yep.
So if you don't know at home, if you want a composite trait, you can remove all your units. Just leave the ones that you want the composites for. So in this case, the magma units. And then you sell your composite trait, and you're hopefully gonna get a magma chip. So whatever is left on your board will influence your chip gain, your composite gain a lot. Let's see if he found it. Web3 Gaming here.
Oh.
Versus Seiko Perico.
4 Revenant.
Alright, we got 4 Revenant. We got 3 Tempest, 3 Templar. Let's watch Seiko Perico on the bubble.
Was on the wrong battle. Let's get onto this one here. So sure enough, these going to be loading up onto this Fernite. Look for the tornado to try and maybe disrupt this heal in the last possible second. Does not look like it got the interrupt off. But of course, Seiko Perico hanging on for dear life. But I don't think it's going to be going to their favor this time. There's just too many fighters, and they will end up falling. And this will eliminate them here, I believe, from this first game.
4 mud predators, deadly.
The mud water blade is one of the most disgusting weapons in the game right now. It can do so much damage and it just chunks, especially with 3 Berserker. That is absolutely disgusting. And we don't even know what his chip was. Oh, it was Berserker, so you got another Berserker chip. Oh, and he just got the right plants. That is 4 Berserker. John, I'm putting my money. I think he's going to be winning this game. I don't think there's anything stronger than a 4 Berserker, 4 mud. Water, that's pretty disgusting. We'll see with the 4 Revenant. It used to be OG, but I don't know.
Wow.
This is gonna be
4 Berserker, 4 mud with the right plants. Ay, Predator. That looks so disgusting. All right, we're gonna watch Axel versus Web3 Gaming right here, and Axel found a Seer with Magma activated. Should be super strong. 3 Magma going in here. Furiox is targeting the Crunk, but Crunk now blinded the Furiox, so more time here for the green side. And now the Furiox is onto the Seer. Let's see how fast he can melt it down. There's a lot of lifesteal, it seems like. Seer seems to be healing back up, but just dies before the Arcos heal comes out. And it seems like slowly but surely everyone is melting away in this magma field. Who can take the batter? Is it gonna be the Ranger or the Furiox on the red side? It's gonna be a close one. Ranger, one more cast here to seal it all. And he actually does. Axon stands left alive and wins the round.
Harbinger just makes that Ranger so tanky at the last second, and then has that last cast, a Hail Mary, and it worked, pulling through. Zika Perico knocked out. We're in their top 4.
And let's see. Kuligast now on the bubble with 3 HP, but above him is 14 Axel, John Akinyo with 29, and then Web3 Gaming leading with 44 HP.
Let's see how these goes. The rogues they may have the 7 rogue, 4 revenant, but you're diving right into a pool of magma, and that is always a tough time here for these rogues. Let's keep an eye on that Slashin. Let's see if this Ram fight can find some value in this Omega. The Slashin was running around for a long time, not swinging at anybody, but here comes the Ram fight, and it's going to chunk everybody down to about half, but they are still fighting on top of this magma, and they do not necessarily have as much sustain as I'm guessing they'd probably end up wanting. They have the Revenant, but it seems like they're still getting burnt down, but slowly but surely, since this Slashin has not been touched, they've been able to shred on through. Look at this comeback, though. The Furiox in the back has been able to hold the line. It's one-on-one versus the Rogue, or not the Rogue, but the Ranger. And that is going to be the elimination of not just Kuligast, but also Axel.
Oh, I love it. So many close fights, man.
Yeah, and now we're looking at Web3 Gaming, who just got his Scoriox online for Magma. I don't even think I've seen that. Molten Ground expands 50% faster and grants a 3% damage amplification. This is going to be going as the 4 Mud, 4 Berserker. This is going to be a very, very close fight, I think, and it's going to come down to one of the Mud units being super amplified by the other Mud units that have been eliminated.
Yeah, we're gonna have a look at our main tank right here, the Caradulux, and obviously the Gorilla jumping into the backline, trying to get an entry, is gonna be stuck on a Crunk for now. The Caradulux is melting away quite fast. Now they're gonna swap once they are finished with that guy. They're gonna swap onto the Gorilla standing in front of them, so Gorilla should be going down in a second. But since they have Berserker, they hold on and they're just melting the enemy team. It's just over before it even started.
Please tell me you got to replay and watch the Goliath disappear. If you rewatch that, the Ranger just like 5 taps it and it melts like butter.
The replays are 60 seconds long, so we have a little bit of a wind up time here. But we're gonna be in it in a second. So what do you say?
This is just absolutely... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just wondering, what did you say we should watch out for? The Goliath?
Yeah,
with
just
the
watch
magma?
the Goliath disappear. The Ranger gets on it and it is just cutting away. It just... it's like a laser blade that just cuts through any material in the world.
Alright, we see the Ranger on the Goliath.
Oh, and the Rye Plants is on it too.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, it's gone.
Oh my god. The Rye Plants too, yeah, got a stinger in. Man, 4 Mud, 4 Berserker is nasty. These are big tanks, right? But they are melting.
I literally don't think there's anything Web3 Gaming can do to change this. If you got 2 Verdant, it doesn't matter.
Chat, let us hear who is gonna win. Who are you rooting for? I think John Aquino is a crowd favorite here from Sura, the Brazil fighter. And yeah, I agree, Caveman. 4 Berserker, 4 Mud, I think is unbeatable. There's nothing that Web3 Gaming can do, and he already has everything, right? He has that score, he has the 4 Magma. Maybe a Granite would give him like 3 more seconds, but it won't make a difference.
Okay, maybe if he can get Colossus. If he can get the Colossus for both the Gnarl and the Kaito.
Here we go into the corner. Let's see if that Rip Lance and the rest of these fighters can just tear on through like they did last time. The Blazonite's trying to stand this. I mean, that's a lot of burst damage going on through, but it's looking so far so good. That Exalted Monk here on the right-hand side is just free-firing on everybody. And with that, we have ourselves a winner. John Aquino, congratulations.
The extra interest damage must have hit there, and it was goodbye Web3 Gaming taking a 2nd place. Oh my gosh, the 4 Mud, 4 Berserker, that's disgusting.
Love to see it. Let's play a quick replay and see what's up there. But yeah, that was absolutely crazy. You saw it right away when they got it, that this was just Exodia build right there.
And here's the other thing that maybe Web3 Gaming should have done. I think his clump is actually what kills him here. The monk here, I didn't get to see the damage. I don't know if you have that on your replay. I think the monk here is actually doing a giant shockwave that's just going through his whole team.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually doing a significant amount of damage. I think it's going to go right on the left side of that twine, and it's going to be doing damage to the Axon. Oh, the Axon's just sitting there doing nothing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, if you spread out versus... Because the Gorilla, like... Okay, you don't have an easy Gorilla access, but that's not the real problem here. The splash damage is definitely worse.
2, yeah, I don't know. It looks unwinnable. I don't think there's anything positioning-wise you can do. It's... Congrats, John Aquino. You have served Sir well. You have shown the power of that comp. Well done.
It's just so poetic, too, because there was an instance in the semifinals yesterday where I believe John Aquino was knocked down to 16 health extremely early on, was trying to roll Mystics versus Narkesh, but something down the line ended up going wrong, just getting that low. So the thing they ended up pivoting to, I think they switched their weapon and went for Mud Fighters, and we get to see it now in an instance once again. And holy smokes, did one day make a huge difference, or the way that this game went was just perfect to make that Mud composition work.
Yes, sir. And by the way, guys, this is not a screen bug. This is intentional. This is not a bug. This is a feature. We have a trivia coming up. If you are the first to answer this question, you're going to get 5 LV. And 5 LV right now is around $60, I would say. So, yeah. Big trivia question. Who does this piece of fur belong to? Who is our culprit? And for this specific Illuvial, we don't need the stage. We just need the line. And if you can answer, if you are the first, you're going to win 5 LV. We are streaming on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, or on Twitch. And I think on YouTube and Twitch you can answer.
I'm just loving these comments supporting John Aquino in the Sora Guild. Like, they're just so pumped. They're loving it. They're absolutely loving him. Way to get that win in there, guys.
All right, we have good guesses here from TSG. Ray, close but no. Then we have Doka, very, very close, but misses is Affinity. And then we got Fire Doka from IO Not L. He's not taking the L today. He's taking the W. Congratulations,
hey.
IO Not. That is 5 LV for you, my friend. Here we see the full screen picture. That is the Fire Doka. Congratulations. Just please DM me your... just DM me. We're going to figure it out because we have to get your wallet and everything. And because we didn't one earlier, we're going to do one more quick trivia. This one should be an easy one. Another 5 LV on the line for whoever is going to be the fastest one.
The Lura?
I mean,
I don't know.
Two good picks so far, and like nothing is pumping to my mind for either of these.
And by the way, guys, maybe there is a different delay on YouTube or on Twitch, so pick the platform you prefer. We're just going to do global giveaways. And so far, nobody has gotten it in a few seconds, so I don't think the delay is the problem. We got Chukundi, we got Fur Knight, not yet. We got very close already, not the Lura, but it's the Fern, and it's going to be Furies with a 5 LV win right here.
How does he do that?
Classic.
Every game. This guy is an esports trivia master. Also, everyone, if you don't know, you go to your local pub. He will be out winning every trivia. No.
And the streak continues where Furies manages to win a raffle or a trivia or something while they're also in the grand finals.
I think this is 3 tournaments in a row where they are players, but they also win in the raffle. Maybe we'll have to invent some rules where players cannot play in the raffles, because this is for viewers, but he's a viewer as well. We haven't specified that yet. So for now, congratulations. That's 5 LV to Furies and 5 LV to... let me just not forget the name of our first winner. And then we're going to have more raffles coming up. 3 more in the next breaks. We're looking into going into the next game very soon. So let's check that out. And yeah, stay tuned, guys. 5 times 5 LV, $600 being given away here. Or, sorry, $300, that is. The other winner was Ionat L. There we go.
Yeah, these are fun. I like these.
Furies. Yeah, I think since the players can play, I think you guys can play as well. I can guarantee, I put my hand in the fire, that you have not been given any information. And I know Caveman is good in trivia and loves himself some trivia, I remember.
I mean, I put a guess in on this one. I was wrong, so I thought it was Lura for some reason.
Look at that. Fair play, Fury. Yeah, you guys can at least vote once, let's say. Fury's very fair player says right away, oh, I can't participate, no problem. That's all right. You win this one, but no double winners today. And for next time, we'll see. I think you won that fair and square, Furies. That's 5 LV for you. Ah, Ionat L, it's Tipsy. Tipsy, okay. my fellow Perfect Stat Leviathan Illuvium trader. He's my go-to guy.
Oh, there you go.
Stage does matter. Yes, THC, it was just for the Doka. We said it doesn't matter. Otherwise, yes. Sorry, brother man.
Yeah, that was definitely tricky, because there was a few people that had brought up the Fur Knight.
Yes.
But not the Fern.
Yeah, no, it was just for the Doka, because with the stage zeros, you don't really see a difference, but there's a big difference between a Fern and a Blaze Knight, so we gotta be specific there. Yeah, we have 3 more coming up, and we also have 3 more games coming up. I think our players are loading in a second. Let's see, maybe I can bring up some analytics until then. There we go. I don't know if you guys can see it. You talk. You take it.
Yeah, I'll talk for a sec. Just talking about how there were 5 fighters in that. It was an incredibly tested field, and he was still able to pull through, get berserkers, get everything online. And you know, if we think back, he actually took some huge hits right at the start. And so what I'm imagining is either he saved up, and then he got knocked down to 89 HP, and he just dumped everything quite early before everyone else rolled. And this is something I'm also trying to get better at, is not trying to save up to 70. And I think that's where a lot of the better players are. They're rolling a lot more often, a lot lower, and they're just winning with less, capped boards. And I think that's what's the difference between the good players and, people who are trying to get better. Like, if you're someone who's not incredibly good at the game, you need like perfect economy mastery and you're trying to get these very expensive boards, where some of these other players that are just pro, they've been doing this for a while now, they are going in and just winning with very low cap boards, and then they're surviving long enough for the other players to die off, then they're picking up the units later in the game. I imagine that that's what's happening here.
It's such a hard balancing act to pull off properly too, because if you just end up rolling like recklessly, you essentially take yourself out early in the game, almost guaranteed. But yeah, to push for those tier ones nice and quick, like be able to pick them up when everybody else is trying to get them at the same time, and just resisting the temptation of it being a high risk region due to the high damage due to interests, being able to keep the wherewithal, keep your plan in motion, and being able to pull it off as decisively as Joe Aquino did was absolutely crazy. I love to see it.
I wanted to quickly highlight here the top 5 players currently on the ranked leaderboard. We got Nareba in first, second is Fancy Pants, then we got Fox Spirit, fourth is The Show from Ola, and then we got I'm a Fishy in fifth. And I think the players are loading in right now. And we can quickly check out the last scores, the last game scores, just so we know what's going on going into the next game. Just a second, here it comes.
Yeah, to the first of many, of course, and a lot of surprises here. Of course, Nerdcash, we weren't necessarily sure if they had that disconnect issue early on or in the middle of the mid game or whatnot, but we know they're going to be fighting their way up at the board at some point. I mean, almost guarantee it. He's been super consistent throughout this tournament. I'd be very surprised to see them down at the bottom of the board for very, very long. I did put the caster's curse onto I'm a Fishy and Tico Perico a little bit, but let's see. Maybe we can turn this around.
And what's interesting is Furies was the one player that did try to change their weapon, get away from the rest of the fighters. I mean, I was looking at his comp early on. He already didn't have like any of the fighters. He had like all the air units, and I think that's when he's like, okay, I got a fire staff. I could try and go shock, or I'm going to lose to maybe what happened was John Aquino just did a massive roll, sucked up like all of the monk ears, a lot of those units. And he's just like, I'm screwed. I have to change weapon. And he tried. It didn't work. Didn't pan out this time, but will be interesting to see if we see any more of those weapon swaps over time.
Yes, sir. Big shout out to him. I don't think we have seen any weapon swaps yet on the big stage, so that's cool to see. But maybe we just didn't see them. Let's keep an eye out for them. Okay, players are in. We're just gonna give 30 seconds to them. Maybe there is restarts going on, because in the early game, if somebody has a connection issue, something is going on, we allow restarts. Sadly, if something happened for Narcash that was like in the middle of the game, and then we cannot do it anymore. We are still in open beta. I think the game has been very stable for what it is. And right now, the team has heard the feedback of the community, where most of us have been saying, hey, the game is in a really, really good state. We don't need many more features anymore. Just focus on stability, right? All we need is nothing to ever crash. So if we can have a focus on that, that would be great. And the team is currently working mainly on just stability and improving crashes and bugs and all of this stuff, because the game, the features, they are there. We just need it to be always stable, so nobody can ever disconnect. And sometimes there is like internet connection issues, which are like player problems, but then, yeah, it's part of the game, right?
Yeah, heck, even I know I'm having the internet bug here and there, so I apologize if I just cut out randomly on occasion, but unfortunately, just the way it goes sometimes.
That is the way it goes. I'm so happy right now. It's the first time in my life where I have good internet all my life. I've been the laggy one.
Stop, you're going to jinx it. No, just kidding.
I've learned to play with 200 ms like just casually. That's just...
Oh my gosh.
That's just normal for me at this point. So I've like... It's like in Dragon Ball Z where you have trained in the hyper chamber or something. So yeah, you get used to it, but it is some of the worst things that can happen to you as a gamer, having bad internet connection. All right. We got the code. We're joining the game right now. And we got Sanctum Mesa. The veterans of Sanctum Mesa need no introduction. All players start at level 3 with 10 extra credits. What does that mean for us, Caveman?
Oh, this is my favorite one, actually. I find that this is the one that I'm best at, honestly. Like, when I get this, I've got like a I don't know, a 90% win rate in top 1 or 2. But this is, it's just really interesting. You see some players that'll slam, they'll scoop up everything. Like right now, I'm just looking at Web3 Gaming, and he's got all these units on his bench. And so some people will do that. They'll already try to start pushing towards a specific comp. Others will just try to scoop up just the tier 0s, get them to stage 2, get a Lynx or 2, and then they'll just try to build up their interest, their economy back up. And so it's really, I mean, I'm sure we'll, as we start looking through these, we'll start to see them. But we're around 6, actually, so we're a little bit behind. We have a lot to cover. I would say let's go over weapons. Silent, I don't know if you want to take weapons this time.
Can absolutely do so. I'm just going to wait until these players finish up their battles so there's no one moving around, tripping me out a little bit. But I can start with Narkesh, who's got that Earth Rogue Maulers with already 4 Rogues and Revenants on board. We've got the Rogue Nature Axe coming through. Rogue Revenant seems to be cooking with fire this time. Axel has the Fighter Boomerang, so the ranged version of the the fighter weapon. Then Kuligaz has that water bulwark weapon, the big old flail. It might be a bulwark weapon, but it basically is DPS, let's be honest. Now we have, on the contrary here, the air lance. Here, the air bulwark weapon for Zico Perico. Jonakino's got the water gauntlets for fighters. I'm a Fishy has the Earth Bastion, the bulwark shield. And lastly, Web3 Gaming, similar to last game, has the Earth Hammer for the empaths.
We don't see any copy. No one's going to be really fighting over the same comp, or the identical exact ones. We do have Narkesh and Furies both going for rogues. Those are pretty much automatically you have to go rogues. But then otherwise, I think we're going to have a good variety of units and comps going through, mostly uncontested. I'm really excited to see this, because this will be a good test of which comp has a good end game that can really pull it together.
Yeah, it's gonna be very exciting.
Very important. We have the Virtuous Lynxes online. This is a huge role. People, if you don't know, the Empath Lynx is one of the best healer and damage units in the game for its cost. I think that anyone who plays, this is something you roll for. Yeah, you can already see 3, or maybe even 4. Oh, there's already 4 stage 2 Lynxes out on the board right now. So people are really going for them. They're very strong. They just have a good stat base, a lot of health, a lot of damage, and then their Omega obviously does a lot of healing and Omega power. Don't know which fight we're watching, but I'll let you take over, Paz.
Yes, sir. We're gonna start at the bottom with Web3 Gaming, who went out second last game, and he has the Lynx online with 2.5 augments on him as well. One time we have the offensive Piercing Force Reactor, and then we have the Dense Stasis Reactor. So finally he's actually tanking some, which is really good for Web3 Gaming, because you want to utilize that Lynx as a tank. Because if units get damage, they also get mana. And if a empath gets mana, they heal away the damage. So it's a perfect storm for this empath right here, who is soaking the damage, who is healing the team, who is healing himself. And on the side of it, like you said, one of the best damage dealers in the game at this 6 gold cost. And yeah, no chance here for the red side, with this Lynx still at 100 HP after having tanked so much damage as well.
And the crazy thing is, he's already got 2 Mystic online as well. So now they're getting that additional damage reduction once they get below 55% health. And I think that if he would have just pulled his Ranger back a little bit, his Ranger would have never died. It would have just been able to heal all the way up. In fact, that first cast that Empath Lynx had literally did no healing, because it only heals % health gone. And they didn't have any health gone because the Ranger tanked everything. So a little bit better positioning, and this is going to be a very strong comp.
Small correction here, it has a flat health, or maybe that's what you said. Anyway, it has a flat health heal plus a 2% of the missing health per second. Why I'm saying this, because I didn't know the exact stats for that, so that's very interesting to know. And yeah, something similar is happening again right now on the battle board. Yeah,
this time though, the Groko and the Lynx kind of splitting the damage relatively evenly though, so the Lynx's heal is doing some pretty solid value while also chipping away here at that frontline ranger here on the red side. Now it's just down to that Cardulux to try and hold the line with only the 2 empaths here for I'm a Fishy, but the numbers game is probably just going to be way too much here. Web3, in theory, should be able to tear on through, and we can see right there that Groko immediately was basically dead, and right back to about half HP. We're going to get the overtime pulses to come on through, but this numbers game is just too high. I'm Fishy going to take the hit here.
And that was an example of better positioning. Web3 Gaming pulled his pack to the corner and had his 2 melee units pulled to the back corners. This allowed them to walk forward, but then get in contact while they were still within healing range. I'm a Fishy, on the other hand, had his empath slings all the way in the back of his pack, wasn't really healing his frontline units that were getting the damage, and that's why that was a quick win for Web3 Gaming there.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think that's one of the hardest things to utilize well, or to position well, to have your empath area healers, like the Arcos and the Lynx, always heal your tanks, which can be very hard at times. And yeah, this is just a stage 1 Groko, but again, it's gonna stun everyone, and now it's gonna receive the healings. And you can see how this Groko just is tanking 1.5, 2 rogues over here. Now those rogues are onto the Lynx, which will be able to hold its own for sure, supported by the backline right here, the empaths and the Scions. Again, no problem for Web3 Gaming right here, going on to a win streak. And we have our first King of the Hill, so let's go down to the bottom to I'm a Fishy.
I'm a Fishy.
An Aegis here.
Yeah, got the Aegis online, which will be good. Especially he's adding that to the Empath Links, making it even tankier, having better stats, having more Omega power. It's actually at 140%. It is getting a Scion boost as well, which is giving it an additional 16 plus the 10 chip. So it's just getting a lot of Omega power in general. In fact, now it's bouncing around. I can't see what the actual value is, but it looks like it'll be more depending on if they can get that Aegis buff to properly add to it.
Yep, a lot of repositionings coming in, and finally we're gonna see our final positioning with the Lynx in the front.
Yep, up in the front line, up against Jonakino this time here for I'm a Fishy, who looks like they're basically trying to do the same kind of composition once again, going for the mud, going for the fighters. I think there's even a Riptorus on the bench for the next time they level, but they're trying in the meantime to chunk this bunker. That Greater Monkir does have the augments necessary to kind of build up and chunk through some of these high health units, and with the help of the rest of its squad, while getting that damage amplification as well from the app-on, because they're sitting right next to it, they are going to be able to burst right through this healing, no problem. Beautifully done there from Jonakino.
8k damage, early Berserker. It's very, very affordable. That's another really, really good strong start there.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, if you're down, I would like to check out Narkesh, because Narkesh had a rough first round, but now he's sitting at 100 HP. Big win streak coming in here for the 7 rogue player with the 2 predators, 2 vanguards already online.
Yeah, it's a very early Vanguard. One thing that's interesting about Vanguard is how it actually does max health damage. So they're actually really good anti-tank weapons, which I didn't realize until I started playing with it a little bit more. And so you got those Vanguards, they go through. Now it is not pure damage like some of the other max health items, but so it's physical damage, but it still can chunk significantly. You know, on a slashing that's ramped up, it can be really, really quite scary.
So the next attack after critical hit deals physical damage, which means with 7 rogues, you get 40% crit chance on those rogue units. So let's check out this Vanguard. Stabin has right now 65% crit chance. So yeah, there is a lot of this Vanguard damage coming through. And it's similar with Predator and all the other things. They really live off the crit chance and crit damage.
Got rogue versus rogue here, and unfortunately for Furies, I feel like Narkesh's squad is literally his team, but better.
Yep, that's rough.
If Furies could hit the Stabin, then he would end up having Vanguard online and Verdant. He would potentially win it, but I don't think he's rolling. I think he might just take the L here. Furies does have 7 rogue online though. Nope, so does Narkesh now.
Yeah, both have 7 rogues. We have Verdant on the side of Furies, and then we have Predator Vanguard on the side of Narkesh. And I think, wow, the Ramfit did a lot of damage, but yeah, green side here, Narkesh is gonna go. It's gonna pull through.
That is always the worst feeling that you can have. You're in a contested composition and you just lost to them. They are in a win streak. You didn't break their win streak. It was actually really important for Furies to roll down here. He needed to break Narkesh because that's his main competitor. Now Narkesh is going to be on a win streak. He's going to be getting more economy than him. He's going to be just in a much better position. It's going to be rough for Furies to come back on this one. Narkesh looking pretty good here.
I guess we can crown Narkesh another King of the Hill for now and move on to someone else, because I don't see him lose anytime soon. Who you guys would like to check out? I mean...
Oh, John Aquino, almost he got 4 mud
hang
on.
on a second.
Oh, no.
This might be it here.
Yeah, I just saw like the exalted monkey with the berserker. Let's just swap over to John Aquino and see what's happening. Narkesh, look at his drone right here. It gets bigger with more wins. So we have a big overlord here looking over the battlefield.
Well, let's see if we can shoot down the overload and supply, or the overlord and supply block them for a little bit here, because we're looking at this exalted monk here. It just completely destroyed the stabbing. That was a huge damage dealer here for Narkesh that was taken off the board, and we thought that Narkesh wasn't going to go down. Well, look how damn decisive that was. Beautifully done there from John Aquino.
Never mind me. No chance. No chance at all.
That was incredible.
The thing about Mud is they're sapping your attack damage and your Omega power. And because rogues have such high attack damage, it's just, give me that power. And then they just send it in your face. And it's just, with these 4 units, they're all good units. And they just delete. And then when you stack stuff, like all these items on this Exalted Monk here, he's just a unit doing 6k damage, just eating these units alive. Rough. John Aquino might just run this back with another 4 mud.
Yep, and he was, remind me, he was the player who just won the last round with 4 mud, right? And he has it again, so early as well, the 4 mud. He must have been rolling hard. He's also going for the right plans again, like, and I don't think he's super contested, so this is looking scary, and I think players are now trying to aim for top 4 and just surrender the victory to him again.
That'd be crazy, considering so early in this tournament, if they were to get themselves into a position for 2 wins, that'd be almost unheard of.
Yep. And definitely deserved. We are still trying to update our tournament platform for next week for the IPL to have a match, a checkmate format. If we can do that, it would mean that if you win 2 games early and then another one, you could win the tournament outright. What I'm trying to say is this is really good, and yeah, we'll see if we can update the tournament page for the IPL 1000. We might just run a best of 5 grand finals, which is also very competitive, but we'll have to see.
Either way, it'd be cool.
And now we're watching Axel Apex versus John Aquino Surak. And does Axel have any chance here? Nope. Everything is melting away. And John Aquino, again, seems to be dominating with his 4 mud and just seems so far ahead of the tempo curve right now in this lobby that nobody has, I think, a chance of contesting him. But maybe I'm just cursing John Aquino now.
And if you can get a replay of that real quick, I want to break down his positioning, because this was also just key, even though Axel was like not even close to this. So if we take a second here, you'll see that he repositions his units so that they're all 4 mud units are attacking a different one of his main carries, and then he saps all of the enemy carries team. One of the exalted monkey or the gorilla is going to jump to the back, take out the forest, and then his monkier and his ranger are going to take out the Riptorus and the enemy monkier, and they're just going to have no damage potential. It's a perfect spread. You got the monkier on the links sapping its Omega power, so it can't really heal as much. And it's super smooth. So John Aquino, not only does he just get the best comp in the game, but he knows how to play it well.
That is very much the case. And we are still on Jonaquinho versus Furies here from Hype. And we have Rogue versus Rogue. Once again, just a little bit of a different composition.
Yeah, a little bit different. You got the sustain with the twine, but let's be honest, that twine got evaporated about as fast as your standard squishy. Immediately taken off the board. Revo not going to be long for this world as well. There goes the Ranger. There goes the squad. There goes everything. Yet another win here for Jonaquinho.
And there was actually a horrible thing that happens for Furies. His Ranger got boxed out and was not able to fight.
Oh, no.
And then on top of that, he has the augment that gives you your amplification for the first 6 seconds. It does a whole bunch of extra damage, and then it teleports back. He didn't get to use those first 6 seconds, and then the Ranger teleported away and had to walk back into just the entire army that had wiped out the rest of his team. Super unlucky when they get boxed out. All right, do we want to look at Axel or maybe Web3 Gaming?
I think Axel is the guy to watch. He just lost another round down to 26. And it's going to be a PvE round here.
He's really pushing for that Virtuous Flora Lynx. See, and this is the problem. Oh, he just decided to sell him. He decided he was done. But that is the biggest bait, I would say, is going for the stage 3. You just don't need it. It actually doesn't add that much value. Unless you can get it not contested. I think that it's just for rolling purposes. It's just a waste of MP.
Yeah, and there is still 3 stage 2 Lynxes there. So, yeah, you're just too hard contested. And like you said, the stage 2 Lynxes, I think that's even the case with all of them. Every single stage 2 Lynx is going to be a huge power spike in the early and mid game and falls off hard in the late game. Sometimes you can get a free stage 3 Lynx because nobody's going for it, and then it can usually hold its own in the late game. But many times you're getting baited in with a lot of Lynx copies and you can never finish it. And if you have too much gold sitting on your bench, it's going to really hurt your economy in the long run, especially in the mid game and early game when you need to build up your bankroll.
So now we're seeing Axel versus Furies here. Hopefully Furies doesn't get boxed out. It looks like he's going to be good. If Furies knew exactly how these rogues placed, he could play his little Singe like to the left side of this Lilura and box the Ranger in again. It would be really sad for Furies, but obviously you don't want to bank on that working. I see a lot of people in this case, they'd actually backline all of their units. Spread out the damage from the rogues, let the fighters take them out, but we'll see how this plays out.
All right, firing on through here. Furious, let's see if they can find themselves a W here in this one. Axel also looking to see what they can do. That Forest is finding a pretty decent angle. It's Omega was able to go through multiple units, taking down some critical units at that. That fully augmented Forest is doing a fantastic job so far, and it has plenty of backup. Granted, that Ranger, though, it is doing a surprising amount of damage. That amplification coming in clutch this time here. It's the Lilura versus the Rangers. It's now the one-on-one, and it looks like it's going to be Axel taking the hit. Nicely done there for Furies.
That Ranger healed up 4.8k health. Did a massive amount of healing there, both with the Verdant and just the life sustain that it gets. I think in this case, having that nice little dimensional ambush, it teleported to the far side, did some damage, teleported back, and then got in the fight in a whole bunch of different ways, taking damage, but then healing it back up. Really, really good way to keep that unit sustaining damage while healing up. Axel on the line of being knocked out here, going against a full air comp. This will be really good for the Forest to really ramp up, but he really doesn't have that much locked in. He's got Berserker with the Monk here, got Magma, but is that enough to take out this fully air comp with no true sight? I think his Forest is going to miss a lot, and even though it'll go hyper, this could be pretty bad for him. He's got the Fur Knight, which is going to be casting on the Forest. If he doesn't move his Forest, this is going to be really bad. Oh, good lasting in position. Move the Force to the right side. This is going to snipe through, hitting all the units.
Yeah, that's a perfect positioning. Its first cast is gonna probably hit 2 units right there, but then it's gonna move on into the backline. So definitely looking good here for Axel, and it doesn't seem to be going too bad versus the air units. Not too many dodges coming through, especially you cannot dodge these casts from the Phosphorus. Finally, there's a refocus onto the Forest, and it will be taken down. And yeah, you were right, it was just too tanky. No chance here for Axel, actually.
Ooh, but he survives with 2 HP, pulling through. He's ooh, you know, getting in 8th place never feels good with 2 HP, so he's going to try and do something here. But the enemy team here is looking quite tanky with 3... Oh, no, it's only 2 Verdant. But with a massive Aegis buff here from Coolgas. We'll see. Who's he going to buff? It'll be really interesting to see how he does that. 5 Bulwark. That's a lot of meat to get through. We all know that Ripple Flail can do some significant damage.
We saw him roll away all his money, so he's down to the wire right here in this potential last fight.
Well, let's see. Coolgas looks like that Aegis is going to supercharge that Riptorus up on the top right-hand side. Look for that little green Scorpion to see what it can do. Currently going up to the Allura, so the front line gets to survive for a little bit anyway, as Axel's Phosphorus is just chipping away here at this front line, finding some decent Omegas, maybe getting 1 to 2 Luvials per swing as of this moment. That's Archelion, though, in the middle, is just making this stall very, very strong. But granted, look at, here comes the front line, here comes the fighters. That Twine is extremely low. The Riptorus, the lone real damage coming out here from this squad is going to fall as well. Axel might be low, but they're not done. They're not out just yet. Just a matter of dealing with Archelion. Coolgas going to take the hit. Axel, you're not gone. Not yet, not now.
That Force did 11k damage, had a perfect angle, sniped through like 4 or 5 units. It was amazing to see. It was just beaming through all of the enemy units. That was including the Riptorus. But that Riptorus was pretty scary. I was not sure it was going to pull through. We're now looking at Web3 Gaming. Does he have... He has 2 Mystic online. He's going for 4 Mystic, I believe, with that Flood. He's got another Flood on the bench standing by. Going for the Scoriox also, so maybe only 3 Mystic this time. Very tanky front line here.
Yeah, that's looking interesting. I think the corner might be too much. It all comes down to the Forus here on the far side. Can it chew through the Ranger fast enough and then move on into the backline right here, into the clump, into the bunker, as Silent likes to say. The Ranger is holding on so well versus 3 big units. Here comes the support from the Goliath and the Fernite. Everything is stunning these 3 units, and now the Ranger just teleports out, baiting those 3 units, the main damage dealers, and yeah, nothing can be done here from the side of Axel. He's gonna take a 8th place here in game number 2 of the IPL 500.
I'm a Fishy also getting knocked out with his 2 Furioxes. Web3 Gaming is happy. He is smiling because he can now finish off his Scoriox. But you know what Web3 did there? He put that Ranger in the last second because the Force was going to have a nice snipe. It was going to be sniping through the full pack, and then you just put that Ranger out last second with Granite and soaked up all those enemy units for so long. Well played, Web3 Gaming. I'm sure Axel is very upset about that situation, but that is what happens when you don't move your units.
Yeah, if you ever...
Bunker just looks basically unpenetrable, my goodness.
Yeah, if you're ever in a situation where you play versus a very experienced player, and you're like, oh, why are they positioning that way? That makes it very easy for me. Well, they're not. They're setting up a trap for you, and you should also try to be unpredictable and do something that, you know, you counterplay the incoming counterplay. Because it happened so many times to me where I'm like, fuck Spirit, you're so good. Why you make this obvious positioning mistake? Well, because he doesn't. He's just last second screwing me up and playing me really hard.
It's a trap.
Yes, sir.
Trap. All right, so Narkesh looking good with 50 HP. Gianakino already got his 4 Mud online. He's just going to be pushing levels, get to level 8, and it looks like maybe just another tank, potentially going for 3 Bulwark. He even got the Cardalox, too, for the extra... Toxic. And I don't think he has any more competition. No, he does. Coolgas actually going for the Riptorus also. So I guess it's not quite going to be there. Are we watching Coolgas or what are we going to watch?
Sure. Coolgas on the bubble. With this beautiful Gorilla Illuvitar. So if you ever make it to the finals and don't have an Illuvitar, let me know and I'll send it out. Coolgas decided to go for this one. So that's looking really cool. Everybody's rocking those Illuvitars. I think finally we can see Kieran's vision of those Illuvitars just being so cool profile pictures. I've never seen something similar in another game.
Absolutely awesome. But for our next battle up here, this is the the bulwarks versus the bunker, apparently. Because even though it's all bunkered up, it's still not necessarily focusing all on the tank. Granted, they have the Mystic there for Web3, and we've seen what happened in the last battle. But look at the Ranger immediately getting a bunch of those fighters swarming upon it, but I'm waiting for the blink bag. Is it going to have the opportunity to do so? I don't think so. So it's going to go down in this instance, but there goes the Blotto. It's going to end up falling, so some big tank line falling here for Coolagas. That Frontline still holding for the time being. The Verdant is going to come on through, but we're just seeing slowly but surely, once again, Web3 has just been able to subside all of the pressure, just deflect all damage, and let that Blazonite go absolutely nuts with the Scoriox.
And that Scoriox did 15,000 damage, okay? And it had perfect itemization. It had the 2 augments that do percent health pure damage. And it doesn't matter how big your tanks are, how tanky they are, because their health will just disappear. Really, really hard counter. I think Coolagas would be able to beat most compositions, but that pure damage from that Scoriox makes it very difficult for him.
Going against all these rogues now, though, this is going to be interesting to say the least. Where's that ram fight going to go?
I think he's in a good spot here. He's got the Berserkers on. Oh, he only has a lesser monk here. But either way, he's got Toxic and the Berserker with a massive defensive line.
Alrighty, so we have the Riflens, and we're gonna watch the Riflens just melt its way like a hot knife through butter through these bulwarks right here. It's getting distracted a little bit by that Kroko, but everybody is also hyperactive on the green side right here. And those rogues are holding on to the last few members alive, who will slowly but surely perish. Here comes one more Malura cast, which is not going to be enough to turn the tide for Narkesh here, going down to 12 HP.
And it looks like we just lost Fury.
Furious is out in 6th position. Also a bunch of rogues gone again. Yep. I mean, Coolagast has a cool team. I gotta give it to him.
He just hit that rye plant, so that was one of the important things that helped him there. He didn't have that the round before, which made it difficult for him. And it's also going to make it very interesting for... Oh, no.
Should we watch the top? Jonah Kinyo versus Web3 Gaming. The 2 win streakers going up against each other. I would love to see that.
Okay, let's take a look here. Of course, we know Jonakino's been rocking this mud style for a little bit, but it's also going up some their fellow Earth brethren here with the Mystic Granites. But you can see immediately diving on through Exalted Monk here, doing exactly what it needs to do. Slowly but surely just shredding this thing. This team composition here from Web3 has been being able to deflect everything so far. Will that continue? It doesn't look like that's going to end up being the case here. Back and forth. Actually, never mind. They are, in fact, going to be able to hold it. It's just a matter of dealing with the tanks and the supports now. Jonakino has been held off as well.
Yeah, we're pre-gaming.
Narkesh got knocked out. The other rogue player, him and Furious were probably just fighting over the same units for too much, too long, and then they both had to suffer because Web3 Gaming and was able to go with no competition. Jonakino had just a little bit, but he managed to secure the Exalted Monk here, and now, oh shoot, Coldcast got knocked out as well. So now those Rye Plants, those Riptors are back in the pile. Jonakino's got the Rye Plants online, 3 Berserker, 4 Mud. I think that's an easy win for him.
I feel like we've seen this before.
Yeah, we're gonna watch Jonaquinho versus Zico Perico, the 2 live players. And like you said, we have 4 Mud now. I think 3 Berserkers or 2 Berserkers at least. We have Templars. And we have a whole bunch going on here. The Riplands is gonna be stunned for a long time, but now it's finally back alive. And yeah, there's no units left for green. And that's gonna be it for Zico Perico, down to 6 HP. And it seems like it's gonna be another battle between Jonaquinho and Web3 Gaming. Let's see if Web3 Gaming has figured it out and actually will be able to take him down this time. But I don't want to count out Zico Perico. I was a little bit too fast there. But yeah.
I mean, Zico Perico could have a good possibility to take out Web3 Gaming's win streak. Oh, and he does.
Oy.
I think Web3 Gaming was going against his Ghost and lost
Wait,
because he doesn't have any True Sight. Without True Sight, his Scoriox will miss. and miss. And with a 3 Harbinger Mammoth in the front line, I'm sure that that's what caused that loss.
Oh. All right, I'm counting out Zico Perico, and his Ghost is beating the current favorite in the lobby. They're gonna make me eat my words day after day, match after match, and I'm happy for it.
I think we have a little triangle here, actually. I think we've got Web3 Gaming can beat
so
Johnny
cool.
Kino. Johnny Kino can beat Zico Perico, and Zico Perico can beat Web3 Gaming. It's going to come down to who gets positioned against who in this last match.
Yep, that's going to be very interesting. I hope Zico Perico is now versus Web3 Gaming to really battle it out for that second place, because Jonaquinho with 28 HP should have enough to survive another round. This is a tough PvE round though versus all these stage 3 and stage 2 empaths. It takes Web3 Gaming. The Scoriox is locked in. That's the reason why.
Oh, we also
Stuck in the penalty box, but still gets the job done.
I think Johnny Kino's actually
there we
got
go.
this. He's actually only level 7, and he has an Adorito on the bench. Once he hits level 8, he's going to be in a much better position. Zico Perico just pushed level 9. Got into second Quinks to disrupt that Scoriox in the Fernite in the back line. Oof. Oh yeah, this is a very disruptive team with the two Tempest. Oh yes, this is a very hard comp for Web3 Gaming without True Sight.
And I'm just looking at that stage 1 Grocco thinking, I'm not supposed to be here, guys. Like, what am I doing here? All right, Salen, I think you're gonna have a good view on what's going on in this match here.
Let's see here. We got the fully loaded up Scoriox, the fully loaded up Blast Knights, and then, or that's for Web3. But now here we go on the other side. Looking at that Jotun, how much value is it going to be able to find here? As it's going to slowly but surely, that poor little Grocco is not going to last long. Immediately getting chomped off the field. The good old Shunt's coming on through. That Goliath is going right into the healers. The Geyser is going to be delayed ever so slightly, and that's going to cause for some of this bunker to get chewed through and fall before they have the time for the heal to come on through. That Mammoth right in the middle is doing such a great job at holding the line. The Blast Knight, though, actually doing a fantastic job of ignoring the tank and going after the support, going after the CC. So it's going to be able to hang on for just a little bit longer. Nice shunt once again from the Mammoth. That did so much damage, but there's just too much here. It looks like it's going to be Web3 Gaming falling out in third.
Zico Perico actually lost against Zico Perico, Giannichino lost against Web3 team. So now it is literally a final match. Who will take this last round?
Is Zico Perico going to be able to stop John Aquino's win streak? That's what we're looking out for. And it is Spain versus Brazil here in the final moments of match number 2 in the best of 4 of the IPL 500.
But what's going to be most important is how this clumsy chip is being used, this disruptive force reactor. Everything is going to rely around that unit tagging one of these units and then the other mud units kind of collapsing, I imagine. Or there's just enough power. If that Jotun gets tapped by any of these mud units, that's going to end up poorly also.
Let's have a look at the Gorilla jumping into the backline onto the Empaths, not onto the Octios or the Fernite, so that's pretty bad for the red side here. Axon with the Harbinger going down instantly. The Empaths didn't take damage from the Gorilla. The Jotun here is on the right plans and needs one more cast to take it down. There it comes, right plans down, and now we are on... Well, everything else is already dead, though. The Jotun last unit standing here besides the Gwings, and that's gonna be it. John Aquino takes another win back-to-back in the IPL 500 Grand Finals.
And
incredible.
I just realized the Ranger had True Sight also. That's why it was such an easy fight. The Ryplants had True Sight because of Clumsy, and then he amped his Monkier and his Ranger. Easy day for him. Not a problem. Oh, John Aquino running it back with 4 mud. Easy day for him.
Yes, sir.
Really good position in this tournament right now.
All right, we should have a replay here from the last match, and then we're going to check out the scores very soon. Then we're going to have another trivia for all the viewers. And then soon we're going to jump into the third game of this best of 4. Yeah, I was surprised that, like, I thought with the positioning that the Gorilla didn't jump this quiz, like the Octius. That would be kind of GG, but I don't know. The units just melted. Like you said, the true side just cutting through the dodge chance, I guess. Left side, we see the Ranger being taken down very fast, I think. Not even. I don't know.
It's so unlucky that Apon survived because the Jotun was perfectly fine until the Apon cast its stun and then retargeted on the Jotun, applying that debuff. And that was where I think he lost a significant amount of damage. But even so, the other side of the board was just running wild.
And
just no chance.
What I'm really curious now is, how is game number 3 gonna look like? Because you cannot tell me that Jonaquinho is gonna get 4 mud one more time, right? Everybody, a lot of people are gonna contest him, I would hope.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, anytime I get that water dagger, I run it because it is quite good. Like it's that. You also have Web3 Gaming also hitting the Mystic, Empath, the Earth one. That's the other weapon that I'm like 100%. And then you got the 2 rogue weapons, which are pretty consistent. Those are the 4 weapons I try to go for each game.
Yeah, we are not updated. Oh, here it comes.
There it is.
Boom. What a timing. Yeah, we got obviously Jonaquinho from Sura representing Brazil here in first place with 16 points. Web3 Gaming, 13 points, second place. Then we got Zico Perico with 11. Cool Agast in his first grand finals holding 4th place. Really cool to see. Axel from Apex, 7 points. Narcash, 7 points. Was able to get some points back after his unlucky first round. We got Amafishi on 5 and Furies currently sitting at 8 with 4 points.
But of course, this is only the halfway point. Still got plenty more Illuvium to come here, and we'll have to see. Jonaquinho's off to an extremely hot start, but it could absolutely go in the polar opposite very, very quickly, especially now that I think everybody's kind of clued in that they should be maybe try to contest mud at least a little bit. try to take it off the board, or at least make it not so easy. Like, maybe don't like full contest it and like mess yourself up, but if you happen to see maybe a monkey or something on the board or in your shop, maybe just a 1 coin won't hurt.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's just such a strong and cheap composition. And Riptorus, no matter what, that's just a good unit just to have in. It's got really good stats. It's a pretty tanky fighter for like a tier 3 for its cost. And I mean, losing 1 coin if you're really good with your economy up at 70 or stuff, like holding some of those units, not a bad idea at all.
All right, guys, we have another trivia coming up here. Who does this fur belong to? You need to have the exact name of the Illuvial. And we cannot take double winners. And let's give our viewers a little bit of a head start, and then my fellow casters can also throw in their vote. I think this is a rather easy one as well. 5 LV are on the line. Whoever can type it out the first in the Twitch or YouTube chat will win that. Or maybe Caveman or Silas will be taking it away. Well, what's your guess, guys?
Kukulus.
I was going to say, we were just talking about Jota not too long ago. That was actually my guess.
Dun, dun,
it is
dun.
the Cuckoo.
It's the Kuka.
Hey.
Oh, it's Kuka, not Kukulus. Damn it.
Close one. And the first one in chat was very fast, actually. Second guess. Infierno Azul 19. Congratulations.
Nice.
Send me a DM. We're gonna get you figured out, sorted out. Congrats. That's 5 LV and $60 to you. We have 2 more trivias coming up like this. Let's check out the time and let's see how the players are going. Maybe we can do 1 more. Otherwise, in the next break will come the next one.
That was clever framing, because with the way that you did that there, that did look like bear fur to me.
It was the little red. It was like that. That looks like the little red nose or some like the little beak of Kukulus.
Close one. Maybe next time we're gonna spread the prize pool more thinly so we have more trivias, because I think it's really fun and it's always nice to have some interaction going on with the viewers. But yeah, we have 2 more coming up. So that's gonna be cool.
Oh yeah. Paz, maybe we should restart our client just in case.
Yeah, that's a good call. By the way, to all the Illuvium players out there, if you restart your client between matches, it usually makes for a more stable experience. That's always good to do. You can also delete your saved folder. I think you can find that in your document folder. But a good place to figure out tricks and tips like this around everything Illuvium is the Discord. So whoever is not in the Illuvium Discord yet, please join, because you're going to have so much friendly, nice people able to help you with anything Web3, anything Illuvium related, and anything in general. There's just really nice and helpful people in there, and I always enjoy my time in the Illuvium Discord. Okay, I'm restarting. And I think we already got a match code, right?
Yeah, we do. Yep.
2 minutes to go. Okay, they're loading in right now.
What I really want to see is if Web3 Gaming could have completed the 4 Mystic, would that have been enough to stop the 4 Mud? I haven't seen a fully stacked 4 Mystic versus the 4 Mud, and I want to see which of those fully, when they're fully capped, which one is in a better position, or does it just come down to positioning, or is it just a clear stomp one way or another? I feel like those are the two best comps in the game right now.
It definitely seems that way, at least for Mud. I can confirm. It seems like the winning composition at the moment, but also the current patch is pretty new. So I'm very sure there's gonna be coming more and more, because I never believe it, but over the years, every single patch, there was this moment where people say, okay, that's the matter. It's locked in. We need a balance patch, and then something else comes out the next week. Like there's always something hiding in plain sight, it feels like. So I think that's really cool.
Remember when we were terrified that this was just going to be the toxic meta?
Yeah,
and then we hardly see it.
Yeah. And also here on screen, I have some more analytics of the last 7 days of ranked play. So a name that pops up a lot is Web3 Gaming. He has the most gained rating in the last 7 days, 82. The most games at second. And then the current win streak. He's also on a 5-game win streak, if I read that right. So yeah. Illuvilytics is the site to go for all these analytics. That's also where we host our tournaments. It's still in a very early build, I would say, like between alpha and beta, but there's definitely a lot of good features already.
It's still so cool, though. I love the site.
All right, we have a code. Let's join. What's the region?
Oh, we got Brightland Steps, 30 additional drone health. Now we get to see those big end games. I'm actually curious if we're going to see 4 Mud in here, and then we will see a 4 Mystic. Which one will be the winning comp here? This might be that opportunity. Or maybe we'll see something new. I'd love to get a big surprise, some crazy comp someone's been working on under secret.
Yes, sir. By the way, guys, we're playing a little bit between caster faces, caster cameras in the game or not. You can always let us know in chat what you prefer. Full focus on the game or see your lovely casters. And also everything else about the stream, about the IPL, about Illuvium, whatever you want to give feedback. Everyone that's involved is very eager to hear your feedback and consider it. So yeah, feel free to shoot us a message in Discord, on Twitter, or wherever you want to. We're always trying to improve everything Illuvium. All right, Caveman, we're early in here. You're going to be able to analyze it from the start. Round number 2.
I love it. I love it. And I mean, so, it's going to come down. They're all level 3. So that's something you need to know too, right there. You notice that everyone turned level 3 as the round changed. So that means that everyone is doing a pre-level in round 2. That's something that, I think is pretty clear meta right now. You always have around 14 to 16 credits left over, so it's really good to go there. Oh, and oh my gosh, we have a Virtuous Lynx on the field too. That's going to make this whole Brightland stuff even more crazy. everyone's going to be fighting over that. I imagine some people are going to dump their gold super early. Like, I'm officially already has the stage 2 Virtuous Links online. That's going to be huge. Who else has links? We got 2 in Axel. Axel's got 2. That's going to be feeling really good for him. Virtuous Links in the game that I'm watching with John Aquino is looking pretty good.
Ooh, I would love to know if I'm a fishy actually rolled for that, or you get lucky and got a stage 2 links so early.
It would be, yeah. I mean, I think it's worth it at the minimum.
Remind me, in the last game, did we see anybody actually get the full stage 3 Virtuous Links? Or did so many people have it that everyone got stuck with the stage 2?
Got stuck with stage 2.
Yeah, it was too contested. One person wanted to go for it, but they ended up selling it in the late game.
All right, now looking at the weapons real quick, it looks like we're going to have some serious competition for the, I mean, not serious, but Web3 Gaming trying to go for his Shadow Maul again, but John Aquino is going for a Shadow Maul, so he's not going his typical mud route. You have Furies with the Arrow Edge, which is another weapon I think is very strong right now as well. Axel going for the air bow. I'm a Fishy's got the water blade, so maybe he goes for mud this time. Narkesh has got the water ripple flail. Cool Gas has got the water dagger. That's very interesting. I've seen a crazy steam build out of that if you can get the Umbre in, and in a Brightland Steps, that's a very good possibility. If you can get 3 steam on, having a dog that can literally eat your entire team is something to be afraid of. Be a very interesting game. I'm really excited for this. Looks like there'll be some competition once again for the fighters, as there are 4 fighter weapons, and we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, it seems a bit more, a bit less on the rogues, because last round I think we had like 3-4 rogue players, or at least people that play like half of their board rogue. So it looks a little bit more diverse this round, but hey, we're only in round number 5. Let's see how it goes. And I see a lot of monkeys. Web3 has secured 2 of them. Seiko Perico has some. John Aquino has none yet. So I don't think he's gonna get away with another mud build. And if he does, well deserved then, because you made magic happen at that point.
Absolutely.
Okay,
let's... For this one. Looking at that links, but that is immediately going to get deleted. So, one more links on the board here for John Aquino. I mean, they're not accustomed, or I mean, rather, I guess they're not unfamiliar with taking some damage early, but especially here at Brightland Steps, not too bad. 122, you got plenty of time.
Pretty crazy to lose with 2 links that were actually able to not be focused. So it seems like, who won there with all the waters? That seemed like a great build. Narkesh, I think it was. Let's follow him around for 1 round and see if he can become the king of the hill.
That is something actually that Narkesh did yesterday. It was the first time I've seen somebody go full 8 water in tournament play. He had the fully evolved Alfie. So if this is maybe a precursor for that, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, I think just the 4 water early on with the Riptor gives so much damage. It's just constantly stinging, but it seems like Narkesh might have found his master here in the early game with Seiko Perico and the Firefighter weapon. So we are gonna follow Seiko Perico with the suspicious Ebb. Very funny profile picture, I think.
That we've been rocking it for a while. It's definitely a it stands out.
Yeah, shout out also to Web3 Gaming, who has the only Illuvitar that is bonded. So for anyone who doesn't know, these Illuvitars, these profile pictures, are NFTs. And for example, this bandana and the badge and the monocle, all of these are also accessory NFTs, and you can bond them to create your own unique profile picture. A lot of people don't do it much because you cannot undo it. But yeah, sometimes you can really make a beautiful new Illuvitar if you bond it right.
There's some funny options there too, like funny hats and clown noses, glasses.
Did you just say you like the clown nose?
No, I'm just saying there's plenty of options.
Okay.
Clown nose isn't my personal choice, but I'm just saying it's there.
I would have just been funny because I think it's the most hated accessory of all times. I know someone, I think it was Ricky Tan, and he's a big collector, and Artemis also was a big collector, and she sold him all her clown noses for a very cheap price because he took all of them, and it was like a ridiculous amount. They transactioned like 2,500 clown noses from one wallet to the other one or something like that for like, I don't know, $50 or yeah, random numbers there, but it was a ridiculous amount of clown noses going from one person to another. Pretty funny.
Yeah, it didn't mean that incidentally triggered the Illuvium Beyond community with my clown nose comment, but yeah,
I'm sure you'll find some other clown nose appreciators. No, I'm not saying that you are one of them. All right, let's drop the subject.
Yeah, we still got a battle on hand here.
Yes.
This time going to be Web3 and Zico Perico. And so far, as of right now, it's looking good for Zico Perico. TNT just being able to free fire nice and comfortably, while also that Railu and Monk here just shred right on through.
Yes, sir. Let's see at the leaderboard. Axel is leading now with Zico Perico, both on a win streak. Cool Gas in third place. That's going to be an interesting fight right here. We have the 4 Rogues coming up versus the 4 Earth, and already Templar activated. So a little bit more tanky on the side of Zico Perico, which could be pretty good against the Rogues. But you got to bring your carries away from the backline, because otherwise this Monk here is going to be focused, and the Rocco should be here in the backline, I believe.
Yeah, this could absolutely be troublesome.
Yep, let's see.
They're immediately going to dive on. Yeah, immediately going to dive onto that Monk here. It gets deleted so quickly, unfortunately, there. The TNT, though, did get to escape away without any harm, so it's been able to just keep shooting off those shots from a safe distance. A good little stun coming out there from the Apon as well. Redirects the Valente into the Apon, takes it down, and it started a little rough, but there we go. Zico Perico right back on top.
Really good damage. Yeah, a nice augment here with the stacking attack speed on the Railu, which usually underperforms a little bit for me, but with the Templar, did a great job. The Ranger also Templar, and the TNT also. All of them really doing a lot of damage. And all of those 3 way more damage than the best damage dealer on the other side. And Zico Perico currently in first.
I'm finding that Templar is actually really quite strong also, especially with the air, like the blade that, the arrow edge that Furies has. You get Templar on that, it can be really disgusting because there's a specific 40% increase in speed modification you get that is really quite strong. But we're watching Zico Perico, yes?
Yes, versus Furies. And that's going to be an interesting one here with the Cuculus, I think, one of the most important units. And it is going to cast onto the Rayleigh. What Rayleigh already taken down. Actually, the Greater Monk here is here, the main carry, doing already 2,400 damage with the Berserker activated. And it's just going to outperform the enemy Berserker. But here, still a huge backline for Zico Perico, finishing off the enemy. 4,000 damage and still losing compared to the 1,800 on the other side. Crazy.
This is the style that I know Zico Perico for, though. It's always been a bunker kind of base style or like a backline focused style. And sure, the front line might fall, but you still got the TNT, you still got the Ranger doing a ton of damage in their own right, all being buffed up by that Apon, playing exactly the style they like.
It's just with Zico Perico, he has 2 Railus with the Ranger. That's actually 3 Templar units. With the 4 Earth, it's a pretty tanky team. And so that's going to be stacking. If you can't kill them immediately, they're just going to keep scaling up and getting a lot more resistances over time. So you have to burst him down or it's just going to be too late.
Are we sticking around with Zico Perico for one more time here as we have our top 2 battling it out?
And Axel's running with double links right here, so that's going to be a lot of healing. But I think in this case it's going to turn very bad for Axel because he doesn't have enough damage output.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one ends up going. That Virtuous Lynx might be able to keep some of them topped off, but it's not necessarily in a position that can save the other Lynx on the other side. I love the attempt, but the healer immediately getting focused is going to be extremely detrimental to Axel's squad. Granted, the Ranger is onto the TNT, but it means it's just going to be able to fire off those shots much, much quicker. But now, 3-on-2, or 3-on-3 rather, the Railu will end up falling. Can the units get there in time? Charging on through, the TNT gets a shot off, takes care of one, but now 1-on-2, but the health bar on Zico Perico's Ranger is just that much healthier, and they, as of right now, should be able to get the job done. A close one, but that is going to be all for Zico Perico.
And if you look, the Ranger, it had 93 physical resistances. That's more than a Goliath stat base. So it was a very tanky Ranger at the end there, and it had a stun with its Omega, stunning the enemy Ranger, being able to finish off that monk here, making clean work of that enemy team. It was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, though. I was very, it was close. Those double lynxes are just something you can never not, or you can't always bet against.
Do you guys think it would have been good for them to put those two lynxes next to each other? It seemed like they didn't heal each other, so maybe they could have made each other way much tankier.
It's like, I get what they were going for, but because the one got focused immediately, that just kind of ruined things. Maybe the positioning, like where they were, was kind of fine, but maybe just move them back just a touch.
Yeah, it probably was also important for him to actually stack both of them in front of the enemy pack and try to split the damage between both of them, just fully in between those two. I think that would be the best way to distribute the damage. All
right. I just swapped over to John Aquino because he's at the bottom, weirdly enough, but he's again versus Zico Perico. So one more round we're going to see here them facing off, but I think John Aquino probably pushed a lot of strength on his board now. He probably looks to stabilize his board very soon, so it's going to be an interesting fight.
So he's got Aegis online right here. He's buffing that Greater Monk here, but he doesn't have any heals to utilize that infusing Void Reactor. Oh, I guess he does have it from the Arcos, but all right, we'll see what happens here.
That's gonna be an interesting fight. It's gonna be fighters versus fighters. They're gonna battle it out. Huge stun coming in for the Grokkos on both sides. The red fighters are going down way faster, and it seems like Zico Perico might lose his win streak here. All of his damage dealers are down except for the backline, which is now going to be 3-on-5, and this time it's not going to be enough for that Ranger to pull on through, and it's going to be a huge win here for John Aquino, taking out Zico Perico in first.
Yeah, and you know what the difference was there, I think? It was hyper. They all went hyper. There was too many fire units on the enemy team, and all these earth units went hyper. That Greater Monk here just decided to go on a tangent, smacking away at the enemy team there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I personally love the pivot that John Aquino's gone for. Maybe not necessarily having Mud this time, but hey, maybe I can still supercharge my Monkier or supercharge my fighter and just with Aegis instead, which was the way to go. But actually, it looks like they swapped it out. They did find a foe.
Yeah. So the typical 4 Mystic is you go 4 Mystic plus a Phosphorus. And I imagine that's what he's going to be doing here if he can manage to secure all those units.
So to see if this thing runs directly into the Kronk, though, so it very well could get blinded, but at the same time, it does not matter. You got the Augment for it, so you're A-okay. Good shot going into the Archos from behind as well. But as of this moment, not too bad here for the red side. The Cardlo's getting a little bit low as we now start to see the red squad from Narkesh starting to swarm on through. Narkesh has had a quiet tournament here so far in terms of the grand finals after having such a dominant early state, or being so dominant in the early stages of the other rounds. But finally, getting off to a fantastic start here in our grand finals in Game 3.
Yeah, so I mean, John Aquino is going to be in a competition with Web3 Gaming, and Web3 Gaming is at the top of the lobby, and he is at the bottom. So that is where he's actually not looking in a good position, in my opinion. He's got a lot to come back. Maybe he's doing very well in economy, but if you look at Web3 Gaming, he's got the Empath Links, which John Aquino did not get at all. He's got a Fern Knight already. He's got a Krunk already. He's got a huge front line that's making it so Web3 can sustain this win streak with the Aegis. That same thing. It's It's just a better comp than what John Aquino has, and we'll see if he can get out of it. But I think Web3 Gaming is in a really good spot right here.
Once again, he has been doing good. He's currently sitting in second place points-wise. And he's gonna battle versus Joaquino.
Oh, yep. Here's the match. And this is so important because Web3 Gaming, if he wants to win this tournament, he needs to push John Aquino down as hard as he can. Like, beating him is so important. He just got his Goliath on the line. That's now 3 granite.
Oh, gosh.
Huge front line. It's going to be really hard to chew through that for a minute. And John Aquino's not using his invulnerability. The only thing that is the crunk was going on in the Ranger, and the Ranger took it, but it is all those units versus his Web3 Gaming's giant front line. They have taken no damage. They still have shields, and so it's looking really good for Web3 Gaming already, but that foe did get a couple cast through. Doesn't matter. It's going to be healed up by that Lynx, and I do not think John Aquino has a chance here. Huge Goliath stun all the way to the back line. Arcos trying to heal up, but it's not going to be enough. Enemy team is just starting to scale, but the Fernite is actually stuck, not able to cast in the backline, so that's why the damage has stopped. It is just a stall here as John Aquino's team is starting to get hyper, but it's not going to be enough. Their line is just too big. TNT's firing back at each other. Goliath stun firing out. Going into overtime as John Aquino's team gets sapped away.
They're just not taking damage with the free granite, the earth. It just didn't happen. Even with the mispositioning or with the bad luck, the units being stuck in the corner, it didn't help.
And it was Web3. Web3 also had a level on him. He was level 7 compared to John Aquino's level 6. What is John Aquino's goal here? Oh, he did just get a flood online, which is important to get the 4 mystics. Oh, and he just got his greater Apon. Maybe he didn't have his greater Apon yet, and that was holding him back this whole time. Now he's got 2 Mystic online.
Yep, that's going to be a big power spike here for John Aquino. Hopefully being able to turn it around at 69 health. Big Roku stun coming in for about 6 units right here. So that's buying a lot of time for the red side. In the meantime, they are onto the TNT right here, who gets one more cast off before falling. Here comes one more Roku stun in just a bit. And the Ranger is in a safe position. It's going to be a very tough fight. It's going to come down to Ranger versus Ranger right here, the 2 main carries. Big charm here coming in for the Lulura, getting some more work done for the green side. But yeah, this Ranger on Predator's team is just unkillable and did so much damage. 6,000 compared to 2,500. Crazy.
And for some of the way that started too, Coolagast accidentally had, I think, the Ranger and the Chikoro were both stuck in the corner, could not swing on a dang thing, but still got the job done.
Yeah, let's follow Coolagast a little bit around. See how that goes.
Good. Where was the true damage coming from on Coolagast as well? His Ranger had probably about 15 to 20% of the damage coming from true damage. And I'm not seeing... Oh, you know what? It's probably Predator. It's Predator being able to just finish off the units in the last couple seconds.
Executing below 10% health. Yep. It's cool that we see that in the damage graph. And yeah, it's cool to see Coolagast already on a win streak without actually... Like, Predator is not the biggest composition. Also, Steam is not online for the Ranger yet. So as soon as we hit maybe this Rake right here, activating Steam, like there is a lot of power spikes coming in very soon for Coolagast. There's still stage 1 units on the board. Very keen to see that, and I think he should be rolling down right now because he is on a win streak and he is very close to hitting those power spikes with the Rake and the Cinch right here. So I would definitely in his position like use 10 gold or whatever to try to fish for those and give your team a little bit of a boost because Zico Perico is not going to be an easy opponent right here.
And if
there's a Cinch.
There it is.
Ooh. And if you were paying attention to the right side, everyone was slamming levels. Everyone was dumping gold. John Aquino just got a Adorito and a bunch of other units online too. Big power spikes for everyone.
All right, lots of last-minute movement here from Zico Perico to try and deal with these rogues. Going to be looking in the top right-hand corner where the majority of them end up going. That poor little Rota is going to pretty much immediately pop. That Octus, though, is getting the resets. Because there are so many squishy units, it found the finishing blows that they were looking for. Oof. Holy smokes, was that decisive. Zico Perico still on a tear.
Yeah, looking at the damage, Octius, Ranger, and the Ray Lee all the shock units doing like over 3,000 damage. That just melted away the squishy team of rogues here on the other side. And that is the problem with what I just said earlier. There's always the other side of the coin where, yes, maybe you want to roll down and hit your power spikes, but maybe anything won't give you the win, and now you're stuck with a loss and a bad economy. So yeah, but sometimes you just have to push. You cannot fall behind too much behind the tempo of the lobby. And like you said, Caveman, everybody was pushing levels, units. So you gotta go with the masses and also push for that.
All right, so we're looking at Cool Guy. Is he going to start rolling? He is rolling. Yep, he's trying to get that rake in. If he can get the rake in, that's going to be a big push. He's getting a lot of the Vanguard units. Now the rake online, 2 Steam activated. This is going to be a huge power spike. What Steam does is gives damage amplification and energy gain per second, which is going to be really crazy. And it's a permanent damage amp, so this actually stacks every 6 seconds. We'll see how it grows in strength.
I don't see it happening right here. There is such a big Forus just perfectly positioned to do so much damage. Here comes the ramp feed, does almost nothing. All the rogues are stuck on the really strong rogues for the red side right here. Also the rake now falling, and yeah, just obliterated those fighters for Narkesh on the win streak. So strong right now with the Forus, the Toxic, and everything online.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty tough, but I think Cool Gas has a good potential late game. If you look at his drone augments, this is an important one right here. He has the Bloodthirst one, which gives him 4% Omni Vamp, but then he's got the Veteran's Might. So this was his goal from early on, whenever he got this drone augment, to go for the dog and get that to an Umbre, get him to blow up all of the enemy units, and that would be a huge thing, because then it's getting 10% Omni Vamp, and it's just going to... He just needs to get better augments. He has trash augments on it right now, so it's not going to do too much damage. He needs to start getting more of those red cells, those force cells, to get the something stacking attack damage and more general speed. So we'll see if he's able to come back. Going against Furies here.
Yeah, let's see. Normally we see Furies picking up rogues, but not this time, other than the Revo on the left-hand side. But of course, majority of the focus going to be onto that rake up in the top right side, immediately going after that Quinks, just try to get the CC off. That blind is going to make things a little bit irritating for just a couple of moments' time. But in the meantime, on the left side, basically everybody on the green side has melted, but they all kind of converged on the right-hand side here. That Singe doing a good job of stalling things up, though, allowing for that rake to charge up once again. Fires off one shot, looking for the other, but again, once they finally get their claws on the rake, it will pop, and Fury takes the win in that one.
Willigas has got to get his footing here. He got 2 more dashes online during that round, but he'll be able to make it to the next PvE round for sure. So maybe he's sitting on 70 gold. He's gonna have a massive roll down. He won't have any competition for it, so that's gonna be really good for him. But he does need to hit Umbre, or he will get knocked out fairly quickly here.
Yes, and Fury's just the winner versus Kuligas, so let's follow him. He's also sitting at the bottom right now, so trying to make the comeback happen. And I think he found a lot of his units, because he has 6 air, 3 Tempest now, 2 Dust, 2 Enchanter. And he's looking really good, especially versus enemies that don't have True Sight and cannot get through that dodge chance that the air and the Tempest provides.
Yeah, and in Web3 Gaming's main damage dealers, that Furiox will be missing a lot here.
Yes, sir. All right, main damage dealer here on the side of Web3 Gaming is going to be the Furiox once again, focusing down the Scarabug. 2 more shots and it should be done. Dodges and it's gone. Now the Furiox is onto the Ranger, who will be able to dodge a lot more. And you can see it right there. It's just every 5th attack or something goes through. Finally, it's going to go down. 2 more shots have to go through. And yeah, this guy has stacked up some attack speed. I don't know if you can see him, but he's actually shooting at the speed of light right now, which is pretty crazy. Hyperactive here, double stacking attack speed. But it still takes a long while versus those 6 air units. There comes another charm.
Check the damage, Paz.
Yeah, it's gonna be enough here. 7,000 compared to the 12,000 damage on the Furiox. Attacking faster than anyone could watch it.
Okay, no, mine was bugged. It was only showing 1,300. The Furox was doing no damage on mine. So
Okay.
I was like, what? Okay, so it's totally missing. And the Ranger was doing 7k damage. It was the Ranger who did almost all the damage on my screen.
I mean, we know it had stormtrooper aim because of the air, but not that bad, thankfully.
Storm. Yeah. Pew, pew. Narcash, big win streak. Fury is holding on with 23 health. John Aquino, after winning 2 lobbies back to back, now finally showing that he can also bleed. Down at 28 health, it's going to be hard for him to come back with his 7 Earth, 2 Granite. A little bit stuck, but yeah, I guess going for the Mystic. Here we see a right plant. No, that's the PvE round.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Axel. Axel managed to finish the Virtuous Emberlinks. We'll see if that actually paid off. It's going to pay off. Something interesting to see. What else is interesting from these comps? I think Web3 Gaming and Giannichino are fighting. They're fighting over the Adoriuses. They're fighting over the Floods. Who's gonna get it first?
Yep. Yeah. And Narcash and Seco Perico ready to step it up this time. You're doing well.
Narcash still isn't even under 100 yet.
Yeah, and Narcash just got another Twine. He'll be going for Crunk soon. But are we watching Furies? Is that who we're watching, or who are we watching?
Yeah, we can also watch John Aquino.
You watch whatever you want.
Yeah, we can watch anyone. Let's watch Furies versus Axel. I think that's gonna be a fun fight, and let's see what this Lynx can do right here on the left side. And we kind of have air versus fighters once again.
Yeah, putting it right in the front line here. It's got plenty of augments to make that heal, make that damage just maybe a little bit stronger, as long as it doesn't get focused down too much. Has the Jokel right next to it as well. That Scarebox is going to fall probably rather quickly. Big spin coming out here from the Singe, getting a ton of these red team Illuvials on it, but it's still just being healed right through. As of this moment, though, the Lynx is not able to keep up anymore. The Jokel's still alive, but everybody else is getting focused down, getting shredded. As of this moment, it's up to the Penguin and it's up to the Polar Bear to go versus 6. That is not going to go into their favor at all. There we go. Furious is going to find one. Axel going to take the hit, and that brings them down to 20-something, 24.
Giannichino down to 10 HP. He's going to be doing a massive roll. I suggest we finish watching him just in case he gets knocked out here. He is 2 away from getting a Geyser, but he doesn't have it on the board. And he's nowhere near the Adorius, and he's 1 away from a Forest. What is he going to do? Who's he going? Oh, he's going to Web3 Gaming. This is detrimental. The 1 unit. Oh, no. Web3 Gaming is level 8. Giannichino is level 8.
Yep, and we're still missing the Goliath, and it seems like there is a little disconnect. We have grayed out John Aquino. That's why we don't see him movement. So that's a very sad ending to this 3rd round. I think that's going to be it for John Aquino. Good thing is he's still sitting very comfortably at 17 points in the top. But everybody else will be very happy to see him go out first.
I mean, that's the scary part about winning 2 in a row, right? People then start to take notice. They see your strategies and they try to play with you more so in mind.
And there's also a possibility that as soon as he saw Web3 Gaming, he knew his team wasn't as good. Maybe he just surrendered. It could be a possibility as well.
Yeah, we'll give everyone the benefit of the doubt, but that's going to be it for John Aquino here. Web3 Gaming is going to be happy about that. But he is by no means out yet, and we're going to see him in round number 4 next turn for the last final match, where hopefully we're going to have a very interesting spread of points and a lot of people able to take the win home if they win the next lobby.
This definitely shakes things up.
If we can look at Kulagast, going against Furies here, potential 2 bottom players. He did get that Umbre online. Maximizing. He's got a good augment now. He's got the Hyperforce reactor. That's important. He does have the Omega reactor, so he's going to be able to cast very quickly and all over the place. But we'll see how that kind of plays out. I'm getting a lot of movement on my screen. I can't actually track.
I'm a bit bugging. I'm going to Furies here. Oh no, he's versus Seeker Pariki. Back to Coolagast. He's battling versus the Ghost.
So that's why it's dangerous.
Yeah, his Cinch is perfectly positioned. His Ram fight doesn't... Hits only one unit, so that's going to be very bad. The Umber here doesn't heal a lot yet. It's going to be taken down, and that might be it for Coolagast here.
Yep, that's it.
Against a Ghost army, that always feels terrible.
It's swapping over to Furies right now versus Seeker Perico. Also losing right here, and down to 5 health, 7 health, and Axel is at 5.
It's at 5. Wow, everyone is just losing health. The gap is getting wider. Narkesh sitting at 100, and he's only level 7. He's just been chilling. What is his comp? I have to check this out real quick. He's got the Gnarl online. He's got the Blotto. Just a massive front line with the Aegis. 3 Aegis, and he's
so
just amplifying that Forest.
To the Phosphorus as well.
Oh.
He's definitely going to get that. He only needs 2 more. He must be sitting on so much gold.
Oh, and if he can knock out Axel here, there's 3 more foes in there. That's his. GG's.
Yep, and I think he's going to have an easy time here. The Gnarl is going to be tanking the Slasher for quite some time. In the meantime, the Forus and the Riptorus tag teaming took down also the enemy Scorpion. And now everybody is going to turn onto the Penguin, who is surely going to fall in just a second. It's going to almost be able to take down the Forus, but there comes a big supportive stun from the Goliath. And it's gonna seal the deal here for Axel, getting knocked out in 6th place. GG's.
And, you know, it wasn't just the Rifters, it's the Ranger. If you look at damage, Ranger was pulling in 7k, almost comparable with a fully amped up Forest. That is going to be a dangerous Wombo combo. They're going to walk around, and if they stick together, the Ranger can tank so well, too. And if that Slasher would have accidentally picked the Ranger instead, there would have been literally no damage done.
That's going to be so scary, especially now that all those foes are back on the board. If the potential for the Phosphorus is right there, and at least when I'm talking with the community, it sounds like if you manage to get that Tier 5 Stage 3 fully evolved Phosphorus, it almost feels like it's unwinnable. It's so strong, but it's still this lobby could be in trouble.
Oh yeah, and once again, we look at his augmentation, which is kind of interesting. He has Veteran's Might also, so the Tier 4s, but he has no Tier 4 units. So he's not even using that augment, and that's how far ahead he is. But he does have a Combat Rhythm, which is the most important augment you can have for a Forest. Because the Forest is a brawler, it needs to heal up. But the second it starts killing into kill, it gets 4% Omnivance, another 4%, another 4% attack damage on top of that. And it's just going to be just this super unit with the 3 Aegis stacks. And it's a Blotto. A Blotto is just so much. That's giving so many stats to that Forest. It has a base damage of 308. That is just disgusting. The question is, does he have True Sight? That's another important thing.
Yeah, I was talking about that Overlord drone, right? Look at that Narkesh drone.
Oh gosh, yeah.
He's looking down menacingly. That is scary.
Who's no better way to show off a drone skin.
And he's trying to take out another player here versus Furies. It's gonna be a tough one. We are going versus the air, but I'm sure, yes, there is some clumsy augments, some true side augments on the side of Narkesh. He has prepared for this situation, and it's gonna be a tough one for Furies to stay alive here.
Yep, this is gonna be rough. It's interesting that he's actually augmenting the Rye plants instead of the Forest, because the Forest is gonna go super active, but he does have 2 Berserkers, so I guess that's why he's focusing it.
Let's see how it goes. Immediately going to keep that Forest directly next to the Archers, keep it all nice and topped off, even though I'm sure it's going to be getting that Omnivamp. That Rebel pretty much immediately getting popped down to essentially 1 HP, and now in a good position to fire off those Omegas from one side of the red team to the other. Beautifully done. The Riplance as well has basically been soloing this left-hand side. There is just so much damage. These fighters, these tanks have been absolutely unkillable. And Furies, Godspeed to you, because I didn't know how the heck you were going to be able to come out of that one. You shall fall in 5th, alongside I'm a Fishy, who falls in 4th.
Yeah, I'm officially couldn't finish off the 4 mud because I think there was some T-Roos that were being scooped up by someone else for the shock comps, and he just gave up on it, just decided to go with 3. Probably conceded going for 4 mud, knowing that he probably might not be able to get the victory here. But yeah, we're down to Web3 Gaming, trying to finish off his Mystic. He does have Geyser online. If he can get the Adorius, that could be pretty powerful. Zico Perico with the 3 shock composition that just got unfortunately destroyed by Narkesh, and I think Narkesh has this just fundamentally, it's over. There's not a chance that Narkesh doesn't win this. He also just hit level 8, which he could push for level 9 and then be able to throw an Allura, get Bloom on top of his Phosphorus. So I'm sure he has the money to be able to do it. He just sold his guy though. He just sold the Allura. Oh, I'm wrong.
What is he looking for? Because that's a Sonolf belt now.
I know. I guess maybe he wants a bunker buster in case Web3 Gaming gets kind of disgusting.
That is interesting. Okay, who are we watching? I guess it's Web3 Gaming versus Zico Perico, the live match. We have, again, classic Web3 Gaming team here with the Scoriox and the Blaze Knight. He somehow always seems to get that, and is not very contested on it. But there is a scary-looking Octius in the enemy team, which is slowly but surely taking down units one by one. Here comes the next cast in just a second. It's gonna do 50% health of Scoriox, but that's not gonna be enough. Not even close to enough. The Goliath is gonna tank for days, and that's gonna be it for Zico Perico right here, taking a good 20 damage.
Yeah, we're now round 30. This is where you could easily lose 25 HP in one go. Web3 Gaming is on the edge still. Can he pull it back? And he's not going for 4 Mystic, which is something I've not seen, so I'm actually kind of interested by this. He does have a Crunk on the board, so if he decides to push level 9, he'll get Wildfire on top of that, along with another Bulwark, pushing up to 4 Bulwark, not quite 5.
I'm just watching Narkesh drone staring down tiny Mozart, man. It's rough. Take it away, Salin.
Absolutely. We'll have to see. Granted that Octius has a ton of firepower, but there is just so many beefy tanks here to try and have to go through. Is it going to be able to find the resets? Can it find these last hits that it's looking for? A lot of these Illuvials kind of hanging around the half health mark. They are going to find the first set of resets to try and chip away at this front line, but the main thing is that there is still some high damage Illuvials tearing on through. Look at the Ramplings, look at the Forest. They are going to just be the frontliners themselves at this point and just murk everything. No chance, unfortunately, here for Zico Perico.
Narkesh fully in control. If you look, Zico Perico's actually being a block. He has all these the Furioxes. He was hoping that Web3 Gaming would get knocked out so he could go for a Scoriox, and he's just not having it. So he's just having all of that gold sitting on his bench, not doing anything.
Yeah, could have maybe gone up on a Fisto in the meantime. Yeah, he
it's
needs
right
one more. He's gonna sell those. Well, he needs one more Squeeze or Fury. Sells the Fury, finds the Ophisto.
Got it.
Wow.
Okay. That can be the difference there.
And now we also know why Narkesh has a Synalf here waiting on the bench. Oh, he sold it. But he was blocking that as well. Should we watch though Narkesh versus Web3 Gaming? The live game, no ghost.
Yep, that's what I'm watching.
That's gonna be a crazy one.
Both teams could get knocked out this round. We'll see what happens here.
Yes, we got Web3 Gaming on the right side with the Blaze Knight and the Scoriox blasting away. Now finally finding the Ranger here, one of the main carries, and now going onto the Scorpion. So one by one taking out big priority targets. Got stunned though, which resets their aggro. Now onto the Goliath, who also falls back onto the Scorpion, takes them down, and the Forest falls as well. That's all the damage gone. And all the money in Web3's pocket, taking down Narkesh win streak of about 20 rounds.
That's
and
crazy.
Zico Perico managed to survive as well. Just watched him finish off Web3 Gaming's Ghost. So Zico Perico yeah, it was close. Came down like a final cast, I think.
Well,
all three making it to this PvE round. This is a huge PvE round. There's going to be so much gold. They're going to get probably 2 items. So, like, At this point, you just have to like literally be rolling like as you get the gold, because you just won't have enough time at the end to do your repositions and change things around.
Right, question to you guys. Maybe you know the answer. We see the Singe here from Zico Perico has the double impact reactor with the burning and poisoning. I thought they don't stack, because how can you be double burned or double poisoned?
Interesting.
So, but
Yeah,
I must
sure.
say they must be stacking, because I have seen people do that multiple times. So it's interesting augment choice right here. That Ophisto is a beast, isn't he? He has Omega Power stacking on he doesn't have Invoker, but he has stacking Omega Power here with the item, and then double 40 Omega Power plus 3% damage amp. That's gonna be crazy.
Make sure that
It's always-
first cast deletes something.
Yes.
That's just it. I hate having all of your entire game plan rely on a single alluvial, but that's exactly what this Ophisto kind of does here.
The good thing with the Ophisto is it has a aimbot, and it's not gonna miss its target.
True.
But it's not gonna be this arcane links or this Synapse shenanigans where the laser goes wild. But yeah, it's gonna hit something, and Zico Perico is praying that it's gonna take down the Scoriox or the Blaze Knight fairly early in the fight.
The Scoriox did get a clumsy item though. Got the Force Reactor. This is gonna make it a lot more efficient during this fight. Oh, got the Goliath online over by Zico Perico. This is gonna be a pretty close fight. Break it down.
It was absolutely crazy when they battled out as ghosts. We'll have to see as we see the last possible setups here for each other's bunkers. Looking for the Ophisto. Where does his first cast end up going? Does it find some final hits and start resetting? TNT took a little bit of damage. It may seem like nothing, but here we go. There's one. Here comes another one. It's going to take out half the bunker, and that is now going to allow for the Scoriox to open fire for just a moment's time during this cooldown. It's getting some decent damage done to the front line, but it's trapped. It's not shooting a thing, I think, in this instance. It is stuck, but here comes the Ophisto one more time. Shunt from the Mammoth, going to move that Goliath at least out of the way for a second. Now the Scoriox can open fire, but here comes Lightning one more time. It's not enough to kill, and it's going to be the red side. Web 3 is going to tear through.
Didn't get the resets on the last two casts, otherwise he could have looked differently. He was very close there.
Anytime you get an Ophisto and you lose, it kind of feels bad. You're like, I got a Ophisto. Why didn't I win?
And it happened. It happens too many times. I've lost more games with Ophisto than I've won with him. But this, I cannot say that about Phosphorus or Goliath or maybe Adorius, yes. But this Phosphorus is a menace, and if it gets a good line into the backline, it's gonna shred everything. With the Blotto support, like the Blotto being the main tank in the front line, that's gonna be crazy.
Oh no, the Phosphorus is actually going to get shot at first here. No, never mind.
Yeah, it's gonna be alright, but it's gonna be stuck on this Goliath forever. So the Scoriox is already on the Forest. Yes, but there's a lot of lifesteal, a lot of healing. But look at that damage coming into the Forest. No chance there. Just before the stun came through, actually. Now they are onto the Gnarl. Also no chance there. But we still have the Scorpion, which is now finally done chewing through the front line and is into the back line, but everybody is targeting it. It's a little bit unlucky here. The damage dealer's going down. Blotto's still alive. Karadulok's still alive. And you would want to have it a little bit different. These guys are just tripping out with so much attack speed on the Blaze Knight and the Scoriox. GG's. Web3 Gaming on a winning streak, trying to take down Narkesh, who has been looking so good in this final game here.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem with Narkesh is just his positioning. That beam, or the tornado, was just going through his whole pack. His Scorpion, his Ranger got caught in that tornado so many times. He needs to readjust. I would even almost say pack everything right, put the Sin-Elf on the far left side, and let that tornado hit nothing. Because that tornado, I think, was what disrupted the entire thing. And he's going to have it happen again, potentially, right here.
And if I recall correctly, this is round 35, so the damage is cranked up. I think that one way or another, this is our final battle here, because I think it's base damage of 50 once we get this far. The poor little Alfie is going to fire around through, but it's doing very, very little to even mess with the shields as of this moment. But where is the Phosphorus? It is basically in the midfield. Doing it,
Oh.
didn't get targeted down. It's exactly where it wants to be. Narkesh might have found the opportunity, might have found the angle, and with the Skoriox down, I don't see a way that Web3 Gaming can breach
That's
this.
it.
And hold on, that is it. Just a matter of dealing with this Ranger, and Narkesh may have had a couple of rough rounds early in this grand finals, but there they are. They're on top.
Ranger is suspending us, but that's it. Narkesh wins game number 3. GG's. Well played there.
Web3 Gaming lost by -41.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Narkesh could have honestly lost if he didn't get that one.
That is
Wow.
ridiculous. The base damage in those late rounds is just too much. Like, that's too much. Like, let's be honest. This is crazy. Oh,
But you never ever see it, right? The only time you see it is because of Brightland Steps.
yeah.
Yeah, that is
It
true.
happened to me on stream once where I had 61 health, and I'm like, oh, I can buy a round to see what kind of way they're going to play, and I'll just counter it next round. I have enough health, and I lost over like 65 health in one round. I was very, very surprised.
See, but that would feel so bad if you were Narkesh. You had like almost a win streak all the way to the end, and then you lose one round and you lose like 60 HP. Like, that would be brutal.
That would have been
And
too
then
much.
You lose 2 rounds and it's GG just because, I don't know.
After
I
the
don't know.
early bad luck of Narkesh, I'm really happy he took the win here and was able to pull through. We have right here the replay, and it was all about the Blotto being focused by the whole enemy team and the Phosphorus being able to just wreak havoc. And yeah, it was really, as always, a positioning diff, I feel like.
Yeah, I think the Ranger on Web3's team just sitting over there. I can't. Can you actually go back to the beginning of this? Like, why did he put his Ranger out there? What was that to collect?
1 second. Let me check. Wait. Yeah, there we are.
It was to amp up. No, I don't know actually. Oh, the Ranger must take a walk for some reason.
Oh, it took the long way around.
It got taunted by the Cardalox and pulled away. Oh, this reminds me of that old the Ascendant when you have 4 Colossus and your units just walk around for like 3 minutes. But that was the difference, I think. It was
because
that opened the door for the Riplance and the Phosphorus. Yeah,
because now we see how much the Ranger can tank all of these units, right?
Yeah.
So if that would have been in the front line, like doing the job that Blotto did for the enemy team, that would have made a big difference.
Yep. Oh, those taunts are so infuriating. I remember when that was the meta, just 4 Colossus, and you try to pull the units all around in circles. Oh, you wouldn't know what was going to happen because everyone did it, and then these units were just, let's just lollygag for the first like 20 seconds of a match. Oh,
yeah.
Man. Great game though. Well done, Narkesh with that win. Web3 with 2nd place.
Good
Congrats.
job. Well done. We're going to check out the scores in a second. They have definitely been mixed up. But before that, we have another trivia right here coming up. So you have to guess the Illuvial that this, it's a part of skin or a part of the body belongs to. There you go. There's definitely a few Illuvials that come to mind, I think. Especially, I guess, water type, you could say. This is again for 5 LV. Whoever is fastest wins 5 LV. Maybe there's different delays in Twitch and YouTube, so choose your platform for this trivia. The best is to have both open, and don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe, right? Press all the buttons that you can press for free. It really helps out the stream and helps us reach more people. All right, we have all the guesses coming in. We got Ebb, we got Flood, we got Gaysir, we got Mjol, we got Ebb, we got Gaysir. Flood, Gaysir. I knew this would be...
I'm going to say Jotun.
Tripping up people. Jotun also not. Still not Flood. Still not Ebb. I'm very surprised nobody has it yet, but I'm sure we're going to get it very soon.
Is this the bubble from a lesser Tipo?
No. It's the body. It's not a Blotto. It's not a Dual F.
After these trivias, we'll all be have a degree in the anatomy of alluvials.
Yes. What we're looking at right now is a very slimy skin. At least in my head, I imagine it's slimy. I don't know. We got Axodon, please. What?
A water volante.
No. It's not tier 0, I can say that much.
Ah.
All right.
Oh, this one is a tough one. People like nobody is on the right queue so far, I think. I don't think I've missed it. I'm not going to give any more cues. There's only so many water alluvials. That's the last one.
Sinelf.
No. KG, Flood, Ebb, Lotto, Duolaf. Come on, guys. We want to watch the scores. We have to move on. let's not repeat
like everything, almost everything under the book has been in chat at this point here. So this was a crazy one. My goodness.
Oh, there we go. We got it. Look at that.
Oh, there he is.
The Riptor.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but CFGD14 is the first one who got it, as far as I can tell here in chat. Which I'm still surprised it took that long, but GG's. Well played, everyone.
Yeah. Wow,
that was good.
I think we just think of the green in rye plants, and that blue just totally faded from our minds.
I see Young Hoshi too, but he was after CFGD.
Just barely.
Yeah. I don't think there was anyone before. GG's, well played. Love to see it. All right, we're going to check out the scores in a second, and the players just taking their breaks right now, refilling their water, and getting ready for the 4th game in the best of 4 in the grand finals right here.
No, this week's trivia has been actually fantastic. Nicely done.
I love doing them. I know Caveman can remember the bounty hunt where I did something where I took a screenshot in the overworld and you had to go into the overworld and find the exact place of the screenshot. I love this stuff. It's really fun, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Those are so much fun.
Yeah, you always won them, Caveman. I remember.
like I'm a little dyslexic on some things, and one of those advantages is being able to understand maps. Like even when I was a kid, I could go to like a Call of Duty map for the first time. I'd instantly have it memorized, and I'd be screen peeking with my older brother, and he'd be like, "How do you know where I am everywhere?" And I'd just be literally just instantly find him. So whenever you take those, my favorite type.
That's cool. That is cool. I like that. So yeah, here we have the scoreboard after the 3rd game in this best of 4 grand finals. Salon, you wanna go over them?
Absolutely. So with Jonakino having a rough 3rd game there, that will have them fall to 2nd, as Web3, who's been extremely consistent throughout this entire grand finals, is now going to lead the charge. Apologies if you hear the motorcycle behind me, apparently. But Zico Perico has been doing a fantastic job so far as well, taking 3rd. Narkesh, after that win, now making themselves into the top 4. Coolagast, then Axel from Team Apex, I'm a Fishy from Team Hype, and Furies from Team Hype going to round up the rest of the squad. The one thing that I do want to point out is look at that, the points difference between, like, say, 4th and 5th already. That's a 4-point gap, so that is pretty crazy. A lot of these players down at the bottom, obviously you want to move up the board as much as possible for prizing, but in terms of like maybe making the podium or having a chance at winning, for some of them it's just not possible.
It's tough. It is cool to see Coolagast at top 5 right now. First tournament in here, being able to present. Only been here for a month or so. Awesome to see players coming out of the woodworks and just stomping people. So that's got to feel really good. Cool to see Zico Perico really advancing up into 3rd place. That's feeling good. Even though he got 2nd there, that's got to be a pretty good spot. You know, there's going to be a big target on Web3 Gaming here. Maybe, you know, that they see that he's going for his Earth Empath weapon again. Hey, I'm not going to let you have it this time, or I'm going to try and contest it even more than I did last time. I mean, who was it that actually tried to contest him? It was Jonakino. Jonakino tried to contest him. Didn't make it. Web3 Gaming still won with it. I'm telling you, that and the water dagger are the two best weapons in the game for sure.
Yeah. And I still have nightmares from playing exactly this team versus everything level 60 perfect stats in the Leviathan tournament against Web3 Gaming. He was playing the exact same composition, and it was just 10 times amplified with all the stats and levels. So yeah, he's really good at the composition. He has been practicing a lot. And that's also a tip going out to anyone at home that helped me a lot when I tried to really push my rating and so on. Practicing one composition and getting really good at it, it helps you so much, because then you can you got the baseline down. You don't need to think much about the base decisions much more, and you have much more mental capacity freed up to go into the details of like little stuff that can make such a big difference.
Absolutely. Like there's many times, like even if your composition that you're playing isn't necessarily meta, you can make up for it with just good positioning and just knowing exactly what you have to do. Like personally, like I mean, I'm no professional by any means, don't get me wrong, but as someone who plays a lot of Scions, just the fact that you don't have to think about it, like just completely first nature. As soon as you see rogues, it's like, okay, I know I need to actually frontline my Scions, and you can start moving ahead of time instead of those awkward little pauses. Thinking about what you have to do helps you, because especially when trying to do that one in particular, you don't have a lot of time to make your moves. So kind of being a bit of a specialist isn't a bad thing.
And also when, how many times have you been knocked out and you get like 6th place, but then 2 other people got knocked out and they lost less health than you. And that is purely a positional thing. If you would have just positioned better, you would have saved 4 to 6 HP over the period of the game. Maybe you even survive an extra round while those 2 players get knocked out, advancing your ranking, getting you into the top 4. And that's why, specializing can be such a key thing, because then it's more focused on the basics of the positioning, which can be just so life-changing.
Yes, sir. That's it. All right. We are almost ready to jump into the final game of the IPL 500. And yeah, the players to look out for, especially Web3 Gaming, John Aquino, and also Narkesh. And who was also in the top 4?
Zico Perico.
Zico Perico, exactly. But yeah, it's anything can happen right here. Definitely Web3 Gaming is the favorite going into this one, leading by 3 points, I believe. So, for example, John Aquino would have to go first, and Web3 Gaming maybe 4th to have a chance or to win this tournament.
Yeah, all eyes are going to be on Web3 in this instance here. If they have a rough game, get essentially targeted down and like drop below 5th, this blows the door wide open. I'm curious to see how this will go.
All right, and we are in the game right here. We are already on round 4, so no reconnects, no restarts happening anymore. Big shout out to big shout out to the Illuvium team, by the way. Has been very stable the game today. Not many crashes, not many bugs, and we have also seen quite some different metas and balance. Like the balance feels kind of nice, and yeah, it has been a really cool tournament so far. And now we are in the final game of this IPL 500.
Awesome. Looks like we're playing on the Taiga Boreal, all stage 2 drone augments. This is the one that I think favors the people who are the most experienced in the game, because then they know what drone augments to go for, and you can actually actively hunt them. So that'll be really interesting to see. I just clicked on Zico Perico real quick, and I see whoever he's going against, Narkesh. Narkesh got an exalted nature Atipo right off the start here. That's crazy. Don't see those all the time.
Never see that.
Just wanted to point that out. We should probably take a moment to look over the weapons.
Level 3. Yeah, dude.
If you want to... Okay, cool. So we got Zico Perico going with a water blaster, Axel going with the air bow, Cool Gas going with the nature dagger or cleaver. I'm the Fishy going with the fire boomerang. John Aquino back on his water blade. Uh-oh. Fury is going to be competing with that nature cleaver. Web3 Gaming going the fire empath. I wonder if he couldn't get the earth one. And then Narkesh is also going to be battling
here we go again.
with a water dagger. So that'll be good to see. John Aquino is going to struggle potentially to get all of his units. And then otherwise, just kind of going through. We'll have some competition between Furies and, who was it, Cool Gas for Rogues.
Yeah.
But yeah, should be an interesting battle. 4 fighters once again. Zico Perico doing the water. 8 water can work. I've seen a couple games won with that. I think I've won 1 with it, but it's tough. Because if you can't immediately delete the enemy carries, it doesn't end well. Use 2 paper thin. But okay, cool. Yeah, this will be an exciting game. We'll see. The drone augments will be really important to see what people are doing here.
It's a very classic problem for the players here. Do I go for the weaker strategy that is not contested and could be stronger because of that? Or do I contest the best players with the best meta and either win or lose kind of situation that I put myself in with that?
John Aquino just did a quick roll, managed to get his greater monk here already. So rolling it at round 7 a little bit just to make sure that he secures that berserker, which gives him a big power spike. While we look at Narkesh, he's still sitting on a lesser monk here. Could be hoping to scoop it up here. But he's not. Nope, no monk here on that board. But he's going to get that gorilla, which will be important to get for Mud as well. I feel like if you have 2 people going for Mud, you're both not going to make it. I can't imagine both of them making top 4. I like that. Mud is a reroll competitive comp, and it's going to be bloodthirsty to see who gets that first.
Yeah, Narkesh has the gorilla. John Aquino's got the monk here. And it's funny that they've both been essentially at each other's throats this entire tournament because of it.
All right, do we want to watch Narkesh at the bottom? See if he can turn this around?
Sounds good to me. He's going up
we got
versus... Not a Virtuous Link.
Virtuous Links, okay.
Oh, man, those always make the game interesting. All right, so Web3 Gaming going 3 Empath at the start here. Very tanky team already. I am seeing the Fire Staff can do some pretty intensive damage, actually, because it does a % health. So late game, it can actually start to chunk pretty good. But nice box here. Send himself up pretty good. Oh, maybe not. We'll see.
Virtuous Links should be able to at least heal everybody pretty safely, but at the same time, if you just get bursted by the gorilla, it may not matter. Oh, very close, but no, the Lynx is going to be able to keep everybody topped off just barely for the time being. Shield is not going to be enough there from the Atipo to save the one, but here comes the Empath Shield as well. And just like that, that Felicia is going to get a nice little double kill for themselves, and they shot there, but I think just the pure bodies in this instance here is way too much, and that will be Narkesh taking another hit here, but same thing with John Aquino.
Oh yeah, they're at the bottom of the bracket here.
The best damage dealer was the Grocco for the other player.
Interesting.
Yeah, without augments. Outperforming the Virtuous Links with double augments. Very interesting. Alright.
Oh.
What are we watching? Is it Apex, Axel versus Narkesh? That's gonna be an interesting one. We already got the Axon on the boards, but the Ranger couldn't be a Harbinger as well, so it's not as strong as usual. Big stun coming out from the Grocco just before it falls. The Lynx is going down as well. Grilla is onto the Ranger. That's really good for the side of green, but we see hyperactive water units here in the backline, and I think those are gonna be able to pull out ahead against those nature units, earth units right there. And in fact, they do.
We're already experiencing the tempo of this match. Zico Perico and Cool Gas already pushing level 6, whereas Narkesh and John Aquino will have to stay at level 5 for a long time. They're going to keep losing for quite some time. It's going to be a pretty crazy comeback story, whoever does get Mud, and if they can swing this back, because they're going to go pretty much to 0 before the end of this.
Web3 not having too hot of a start either in this one. Your tournament leader here.
Oh, yeah. He is already... He got his Fury on there, though. You know his Fury. A whole bunch of Mystic units and a Fury. Guess that's what he's going for once again. See if he can pull it through.
Should we watch Web3 Gaming and see how he makes the magic happen?
Let's see it.
Works for me. Yeah, let's see in this instance here, of course... Fury is normally your main damage dealer, but it does not have any of the augments to really support it. So everything is going to be pushed onto that Virtuous Lynx, which, based off the fact that one's a Dark Hollow and one's a normal Hollow, gets the... It looks like Zico Perico is going to get the win in my book just off of style points alone. But in terms of the actual battle itself, that stun coming off of a very early Scarabok, actually, from Zico Perico, that kind of surprised me there for a second, is just stunning things up beautifully. And you may have tons of heals, you may have a bunch of damage amplification to try and buff up that little Fury, but look at how many units are still on board for Zico Perico with the level advantage on top of this. Web3 is about to take a massive hit.
I mean, Zico Perico is already looking really good. In fact, if I'm going to say someone's going to win it, I think it's going to be Zico Perico, and he might even win the tournament with that. He's already got Harbinger.
That's going, yeah.
He's already got Harbinger online. He's already advanced to level 6. He knows he can get the rest of the water units to get to 8, and he's got a massive front line. That Empath Lynx is going to help him sustain so well, and he's got a water chip on it. He actually specifically rolled his drone augment for a water chip. So, Zico Perico, let's see if you can take that all the way and do a little upset here. Narkesh did a massive roll down. Got Exalted Gorilla online. Already has 2 mud. 3 mud with the Exalted Apaw. Narkesh going hard on the roll. That is not going to be good for Sura. I let you guys break down whatever we're watching.
All right, we're going to watch John Aquino versus Web3 Gaming here with the corner composition versus the fighter bulwarks. And I think these links, it will provide so much healing, so much tankiness, but we have a lot of damage on the side of red, so it is 50-50 right now. Can the Lynx get another heal? Nope. And now it's all down to the Furiox, to the Fury and the Ranger. It's not gonna be enough. Jonakinho taking down Web3 Gaming, and he loves that. Yeah, let's go over to Narkesh. He's looking great, isn't he? Wow.
Yeah, he is. I'm sure Zico Perico was watching that and going very happy to see Web3 Gaming and Gianacchino just at the bottom there. Well, he's advancing towards, he's in second place now.
Yeah, this is absolutely a best case scenario for Zico Perico, I believe, sitting in third here currently in the tournament while the rest of the top 4 are fighting each other for essentially the same style of units. And Zico Perico going for all water. In this entire grand final, nobody's really cared about water except for, I think, one player that tried to go for a rake, like Steam style earlier, and it didn't work. It's not on everybody's radar, but with nobody touching it, we were saying, would you take something a little bit weaker, but you know you can for sure level it up? It seems like Zico Perico's going that way, and it's working so far.
But what is his win condition with this? Because it's not really a dual left, right? Is it an Umber? Is it a right plans? Right plans is 2 contested, right?
It's dual left invokers with Tsunami, and it's actually a Ranger doing like 15k damage. And the counter to it is Rogues, so he could still lose to Coolagas and Furies. He does have Rogue, and they're healthy, so he could still get wrecked by them late game. But as long as he can box with that Empath Lynx, there's a chance.
What about Narkesh right here with the mud? Also having some rogues in there already, a Chukundi and a Gorilla. That might be also pretty bad for the water, or is water just winning because of Hyper?
I think that mud wins. It's just if one of these mud players actually survives.
Well, Narkesh is there, right? He needs 2 more Monkeers, then he has 4 mud. Yeah. He has pulled ahead of all of the other, just started rolling early, I think, and he pretty much hit his build. Just needs 2 more units to be full.
Going up against I'm a Fishy this time, all eyes in terms of augments is on that Exalted Gorilla. It's already shredded the Ranger, it's looking for the Lynx next, and the rest of the squad doing a fantastic job as well. Don't have to worry about transferring your stats through mud if none of your Illuvials die anyway. It just completely shreds through. Beautifully done by Narkesh.
No, you're right. I didn't realize that Narkesh was that far along on the Monkeyer too. Like, this is gonna be tough. Gianacchino is got to be panicking. Like, even if he's sitting on 70 gold right now, he's effectively, I think he's out.
Yeah, because if you start rolling now, that gold goes into the trash bin because you're not going to hit those monkeys very effectively. But similar thing could happen to Narkesh now. If he gets too greedy trying to find those 2 more monkeers, it could destroy his game if he doesn't find it. So he's in a peculiar situation as well, where he needs to decide if he rolls or not. But he needs the 4 monkeys if he wants to win the tournament. So the 4 muds.
And Axel has monkeys, and I'm a Fishy has monkeys too.
I just saw that too. Yeah.
Like, other players are actually keeping that into consideration from the way the past 2 games went, or the first 2 games went.
Not a single monk here is gonna be unbought in this game if anyone is watching Narcash. And he's going up versus Zico Perico, the current leader on a win streak. And it's looking tough because the Gorilla has been going down. Also, the Chukundi went down, and that's gonna be a loss for Narcash. And Zico Perico is building on his win streak.
Do you see what Zico Perico has? He has the
Full links.
Hydro Links. No wonder he decided to go all water. He probably saw that links. He's like, I'm gonna slam it. He got the water gun, and he's like, I'm gonna do that. And then he knew he could roll his augments for water comp.
Wow.
And if you look, he's got now Energizer 2 as his second augment, so they're just gonna gain another 2 energy per second. He is. Oh, it's looking pretty good for him.
You love to see it. It's gonna be a tough fight. It's all about if our currently bottom players are managing to get out of there. Web3 Gaming is transitioning into his classic build. Already has 2 Magma online. 2
No
Aegis.
monsters on the draft deck.
No, yeah. Because there's none in the pool left right now.
Yeah, seriously.
Man, I really wish that Narcash would find his last 2 monkeys. But I don't see it happening. He's so close, yet so far away.
Well,
Narcash versus Jonakino.
Oof.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the only hope that he has, or that any of these players has, is that one with monkeys gets knocked out.
And everyone's hoping Narcash is the first one to get knocked out so they can take all his stuff.
Yep.
Basically.
But Jonakino has no chance, right? Like, there's little possibility for him to win this, right?
Yeah, the Gorilla is just too
looking
strong.
at the Ranger. The Ranger had the thing where it just dove from one side to the other, and it just turned it into a bit of a hyper carry. So to be honest, while I wouldn't have given Jonakino the headgear
right.
with it, but the Ranger is just doing so much damage. It made up for it.
6K. How did... Oh, we have to look at the augmentation of the Ranger for Narcash. Maybe... Okay, so he also has the Rhythm Breaker, so the extra 300% damage every third attack, which just makes it busted for the first 6 seconds when it's just literally attacking like a ninja. And what does Narcash has?
And to be honest, just a huge positioning difference as well. Now the enemy Ranger was able to dive into the fighters here, while the Apon, the one unit that has to die first if you want to do it right, was the unit to die last. So if your Apon is the last unit surviving with a mud build, you did something wrong, and I think that was a huge decider.
Yep.
This is going to be a tough one as well here for Narcash. He's going to take maybe another hit and getting pretty low in HP. This time, Apon is in the front line getting sacrificed here, passing on his stats to the other mud units. No, not yet, because we only have 3 stacks. Gorilla is being taken down. This happened so easily versus this corner composition. And that's going to be it for Narcash. Yet another loss, down to 38 health.
Yeah, and the augment, or the weapon suit that they have is Deadeye's Wrath, which gives every third attack is 200% attack damage as pure damage. This can be good too, but I do think that if you can position right and not into like a Goliath or a stun, the one that Jonakino has where it dives in and gives you 125% attack speed is the better option.
Like, it's an all-in kind of scary option, really trusting that you're not going to just blow yourself up. But yeah, we did just see in that fight 2 fights ago, if it does get the chance to pop off, it's so good.
1 Monkier left. He found another one. 1
Oh
unit.
my goodness.
He has to start rolling, right? He cannot wait for anything else to happen. The longer he waits, the more monkeys are getting picked up, if there is any left in the pool.
And they just got another synergy chip. This is so good for the water comp. Like, GG's. Just give me more water. Or is it a composite?
Water.
Is it a composite
Seeker Parika is actually... Oh, he removed all his units. Yeah, it seems like a composite one because there was not much water left on the board. What would he be going for? I guess...
Wildfire or Harbinger?
All right, let's see in a second.
He left the crunk on. A Wildfire...
There is 2 water chips, though, so maybe it was a basic one.
Okay, yep.
Back to 7 water. Only missing 1 water chip here for Seeker Parika in the fight versus Amafishi.
Having so much water so quickly is just going to have these Illuvials charging up so fast. We're already going to see the first heal come out here from the Virtus Hydrolinks, and we see the Axon got so low, right back to half health, no problem, and then pop the shield. It is still going to go down, but look at the tank line. They're on top of the Furioxes. 2 of them trying their damnedest to just burn through this tank line, but it does not matter. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, the TNT and the Ranger have just been popping shots at the damage dealers. I'm officially going to get smoked once again here, as Seeker Parika is in a dominating position here in this lobby.
And both Giannichino and Narkesh lost their rounds again. They're at the bottom of the bracket. They both just hit level 6 too, just naturally. And now they're just like really hoping that they can secure these last few Illuvials, but they're probably just waiting for the other to die. This is a rough one for them.
They're countering each other so much. Giannichino is still up in HP, even though he didn't find any stage 3s. But yeah, he's locking up 6 of those Monkeers. I don't know if anyone else has some. I'm sure there is another 3 with Axel. And yeah, I'm sure there's a few left in the pool, so... Yeah, they're gonna be rolling hard for those. Maybe Joaquinho is actually waiting for Narkesh to die, but I think Narkesh is just rolling it out. And yeah, we're watching Axel versus Joaquinho here. And there is a Riplant on the board. And this Riplant came to shreds the enemy units, and yeah, that's gonna be it for Giannichino.
In Giannichino positioned his Ranger to jump on the left side. It attacked maybe like a, I don't even know what it attacked. I think it was the foe. What you want to do is you want to get that mud to attack the Ripplants early, to sap all that attack power, all that Omega power, and then be able to just kill that Ripplants as fast as you can. Unfortunately, it just dove into something that wasn't useful, and I think that was one part bad. And then oh, or does he even have 2 mud? Oh, he doesn't even have 2 mud online. Oh my gosh, he's playing without mud and holding his own against Narkesh, who's at 13 HP.
Oh no, all right.
Possible elimination here.
Yeah, let's watch Narkesh, and he's going up versus Furies with the Rogues, with an Augmentized Stabbing. That's looking pretty daring. I think a big factor here is going to be the Lura Charm. If that can hit like a bunch of units, it's going to be very game-changing, and obviously the Ranger with the Vanguard is going to be a huge deciding factor as well. Everybody goes into the front line. Let's see how that goes.
Gosh, Narkesh must have used everything in the tank. Just no more credits to try and keep looking for Monkeers. Immediately, it's going to be taking care of that Twine at least, so that's going to be taken down. But at least these Verdant Puddles here for Furies is going to be that little extra sustain that maybe these Rogues need early on in this without that Revenant kind of buff. And right now, there's only the 2 left, and look at that damage! What a shot there from the Ranger, I believe! And that is going to keep Narkesh in this game.
I think that was the 3rd attack that gave 200% attack damage.
Yeah,
and
that was
then
brutal.
And then the Gorilla did the execute. It was like a combo that both of them just attacked perfectly in sync. Deleted it.
Oh no, versus the corner composition. That might be it for Narkesh here versus Amafishi. Both on the bubble. And Giannichino now on 5 health. If Narkesh can win this round, he might win the game. But if not, he's out.
Both Mud units get knocked out in the same turn. That would be devastating for the both of them. Oh no.
Yep, they're both stuck between a hard place and a rock, and one of them is the rock and one of them is the hard place, so they're having a
Giannichino's got to go up against Seeker Parika.
Yeah. And he hit 8 water. Hurt. Yeah, that's over. It's not even worth watching him. Giannichino's gone. Narkesh might have a chance.
See it. Gorilla jumps into the backline, going onto the Furiox, but the Furiox doing so much damage. One more cast here, going actually on the Ranger, and that's not gonna be enough. So now we have all of them going into the backline, and it seems pretty good. Those Furioxes are gonna fall, and Narkesh lives to see another day. Is Giannichino out? Amafishi is holding on.
That's it.
And Narkesh might have a chance in this finals here.
He's gonna have to roll like a god right here.
Does he have any credits?
Yeah, that is the thing. Does he have any credits?
Is there a PvE round coming up maybe too after this carousel? That would be very good for him.
Well, that'd be a blessing.
Or if the monkey was just in this carousel.
Oh.
He's like, nah, shit, no.
Okay, not that lucky.
There is an Appa
Yeah.
just taunting him. Not going for the Adder, that's interesting. They're both going just for the Force Cell, the offensive physical damage augment. Furies gets the 5 gold Adder. Zico Perico, huge drone here on the board. Also gets a 4 gold augment, 4 gold Illuvial. Pretty good for him.
Narkesh got the Vermilia, so that's going to be 3 credits that he can just sell, and then he had the red augment as well to emphasize that physical attack damage does Narkesh
PvE
find
rounds.
the monkey.
I think he got it with the PvE round gold. I'm sure he can roll down. There he
There
is.
it is.
For mud.
Oh
mud.
yeah, let's see the comeback story happen.
And now we have to think, okay, Rye Plants. Is Rye Plants contested or already bought?
Yeah, we got one person with the right plans, Axel here.
Axel, yeah.
But I
that'd be
think
tough.
it's possible to get 2 right lenses out of the pool if nobody else contests them. Not for tier
might
4
have
units, but
some.
for tier 3, it's
No.
I'm sure it's possible.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Are we going to watch Narkesh's comeback story? I'm a fish. He's probably dead. He's going in Zico Perico.
Oh.
Second
Yeah.
kill shot there for Zico then.
I think we have a better storyline here with Narkesh, a little bit more potential.
I agree.
Let's stick with him. I also want to see what the difference in strength now is after hitting that 4 mud. Because we have been following along a little bit, and I want to see how this affects everyone now. As soon as the monk here goes down, the Apon here goes down, it's going to give all these stats to the other units.
It'd be absolutely devastating, but granted, you still have to deal with the magma and this heavily bunkered up composition. The monk here is here. It's immediately going to murk this twine like it's nobody's business. So does the Kronk, and now it's right onto the healers. It's onto the back line. Can it survive, though? It is doing A-okay so far, but it is being peppered down. It will end up falling. This might actually not be enough. There's only 2 Illuvials left. Just a tank, just a support. Narkesh, you might have gotten the 4 mud, but it is not going to matter. You will end up falling. And is that an elimination?
I think it might be
cannot
yes.
see.
-4.
Yes, it is.
And once again, it was the Apon, wasn't it? Last unit alive, even though it should have died as the first unit.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know, he was under-leveled. He was behind. He had a Rye that did nothing. He only had the Riptor, not even the Riptorus. He's just too far behind. He fought too much with John Aquino for the same units, and it just ended him.
Very
This
tough.
entire tournament, we've been seeing Muds make the comeback, going low, and making a crazy run. This is the first time I think all tournament that we've seen it falter. Unbelievable, just seeing how crazy contested they were.
Now we have an interesting fight at hand. Zico Perico versus Axel here. The right plants versus the current leader. And we got an Umber on Zico Perico's side. With the links, with everything, man. This is looking like a deadly team. Big stun coming in from the Goliath. Umber casts one more time. Now the Jotun is going to be able to finish it off with the next cast. And now it's Jotun and Fernite versus the backline of Zico Perico. Can Axel actually take him down? And it's going to be enough. The win streak is over.
Wow.
9,000 damage from the
gosh.
Frost Berserker Ranger. Huge team.
We could very well lose 2 more here. Furies and Coolgas both down into 10 or below.
So we got Coolgast versus Zico and Furies versus Axel. Caveman, who do you prefer to watch?
I'm watching Zico Perico right now. The problem is this ramp fight.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
gonna get positioned in between the Graco and the Krunk. I don't think it's gonna do enough damage. I think he's gonna be fine. The problem is this Ranger might go absolutely berserk. Okay, it's actually a better.
It kind of got It kind of got pushed up a little bit further forward. It's going to get its cast off right before it goes down. It does do some pretty decent damage, but the only ones that fall were the lower tier units. That Lynx is still alive. That Umber is still tearing through everybody. The Lynx is going to end up falling. That Slappin is having a field day in the back line, but it's going to be a Slappin versus Umber finale here to finish this one off, and the damage was just enough. We lose Kulagast in 5th. We lose Fury in 4th. We have ourselves our top 3, which includes Zico Perico, Axel, and Web3 Gaming.
This will be pretty great. I think if Web3 Gaming loses here, Zico Perico takes it, yes? Oh, I don't know. It's going to be really close. I'll have to look back at it. But we got Axel versus Zico Perico right here. I think Web3 is fighting the Ghost Army, so I say we watch Axel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's going to be the rematch.
Rematch.
And yeah, Axel only got stronger since the last fight. It seems like we have the Forest, the Riplands, the Choto. Nice reposition on the Fur Knight to stun a lot of targets, but it's also going to be the target of the enemy Ranger. We don't have a Sinalf in the team yet. There is a Groko standing useless in the corner, but there's a lot of heals coming out from that Water Lynx. Big stun onto the Fur Knight, still alive, still kicking. Choton is onto the Umber, who gets one more cast out to reset it all. And it's going to be a tough one. Can we take down the Choton? Yes, we can. Ranger left alive. 1 versus 1. Here comes one more cast. It's not going to be fast enough. Ranger wins again.
I think this is just a positional thing. Zico has his Goliath that is literally not using its invulnerability. It only tanked just the Jotun, I think, and that's it. The Riplands is freely coming in and eating that whole left side of Zico Perico's comp, and he needs to position that Goliath a little bit better. And with the TNT not being a Cephorus, I would almost even use that as a unit that just gets eaten also.
Yeah, especially he's still like the corner, like the bunker corner composition right here. That was good versus the rogues and everything, but right now versus Web3 and Zico and Axel, he should be maybe doing a bubble here on the front line. Like the tanks in the front and the Lynx just behind them, but I don't see this working out so well anymore. We have the Groko locked in, the Goliath on the side. The corner composition makes it way harder to utilize all these units that he has.
And that Fur Knight was just destroying their whole comp. Everyone was getting hit by those tornadoes.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes him very vulnerable to those Fur Knight casts and other similar projectiles.
And it also prevents him from frontlining his Fur Knight also, which means you'll have to put in the back line, which means that Umber will have a target to eat.
Yeah. We're missing one Axon for the Axodon. We're missing one Mamu for the... Oh, there it is.
There it is.
We got
3 Harbinger online. That's disgusting.
Yup. Oh my god.
And a Geyser on potential as well. He's got 2 steam.
All right, here finally comes a reposition. That's good to see. Don't clump it up versus a Scoriox and a Blaze Knight. Web3 Gaming, it seems like a deja vu, but he just has the same units over and over again and makes them work. Nobody's contesting him really. And yeah, here goes one of the last fights. Web3 Gaming is on the bubble. Let's see if he can do it.
I'm actually so surprised that Zico Perico's done this, though. Moving all of this over, it's going to put it so much closer for the Magma. The way that it was originally positioned, it would have taken forever for that Magma to actually even approach any of Zico Perico's units by opting to fight on their turf. So far, it's been successful, though. Umber is basically not even touched, and the Lynx has been able to heal everything except that Seer. The Goliath is going to be short the fall as well, but now the Rake has, or the Umber rather, has found an opportunity to break on through. Big damage, takes care of both the carries. There's still the Blazonite, but that's just about it, and this is gonna hurt Web3 big time. Huge shot and an elimination in 3rd place.
Yeah. Wow. Ranger was sniping the carries, the Umbre was just burning through the tanks. Oh, you love to see the steam just they scale. They just scale so much too.
15,000 damage from the Umber. Pretty crazy. 7,000 for the Scoriox, just so much faster.
Like 1 Omega, I think nearly one-shot the Scoriox. That was ridiculous.
All right, Web3 Gaming out in 3rd place. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to check the scores later. We're going to keep the suspension going until this tournament is over. We are here now in the final battle of the best of 4 in the IPL 500. And we have player interviews coming up. Web3 Gaming and another player have already said they would come. Or at least we got 2 interviews coming up. Another trivia and much more. So stay tuned here in the final match.
Locked in the phosphorus here. Going hyper. Huge casting to the whole team.
Oh my god.
Water team is holding
down.
the line.
All eyes on Umber versus the Ranger. No problem at all.
Not it, not it.
1 HP.
The Harbinger, you know, the Ranger was like at 10% health and then it just deleted the Jotun.
Okay,
All right.
something has to be done with that phosphorus, though. It got basically taken down immediately, but it is 100% the win con here, I feel like, right?
Yep.
It's because it was at the end that the Ranger was able to snipe it, the Umber was able to jump it. It needs to be pretty much face checking this comp. And that is, you know, not intuitive because usually you don't want it to face check, but it can easily sustain the heals. But he's still keeping it kind of on the edge.
That's going to be interesting right here.
Okay,
The Goliath
that's
finally is doing what it's supposed to do. The Granite is going to be used with invulnerable. Phosphorus is sitting very comfortably and shooting its ability through 5 units into the backline. Ranger jumps back, takes down the enemy Ranger here. The Mammoth in the middle is still untouched, the main carry, but slowly but surely the red team is melting away. And it's gonna be very, very close right here. Just the Lynx and the Mammoth left alive. Plus the Umber taking down Apex. Seeker Perico wins in the final game of the IPL 500. Yahoo!
What a game. I'd like to say I called it. Easy day there. Zika Perico pulling away with the 8 water, uncontested. The Mud guys killed each other off. Some call me a prophet. No, it was crazy game. Well done. Well done, Zika Perico. Oh my gosh. What a good game.
Jeez. What a final game. We have a little replay right here. Feel free to take us through it.
I mean, all eyes were on that phosphorus, right? And I mean, you can't sleep on the Rip Lance either. But there was an instance about like midway through the battle, they were just wailing away on tanks, and the Rake was able to sneak up behind them and take, I think, them both out with a single Omega.
Yeah, the Umber definitely such a big main carry.
And it's the Mammut. Watch this Mammut cast.
Blung.
Oh, just
Big
launched the
stun.
Rip Lance.
Wow. He wasn't even
Wait,
low on HP and still did so much damage.
And what's crazy, he didn't put the water chip on a Mammut. That's what you gotta do. And then he just casts so much faster. It's silly. It just does. The Mammut can do so much damage. It's crazy.
Oh my
Great
god.
game.
Seeker Perico with 61 health as well. Very dominating performance here in the last game.
Let's break down who wins this. I'm so curious. I don't know who won.
All right. We have one more trivia first though, and we're gonna let everything get updated. Tiebreakers are getting resolved, and then we're gonna check out who won. Oof, I just saw it. It's a tough one. All right. Here is the last trivia. If you are the first to answer it in chat, you get 5 LV, $60 currently. This is the body of one Illuvial. You have to name the exact name. You cannot win twice. Good luck.
And I don't know what it is about IPL tournaments, but the script writes themselves. I think we've only had one where there was a winner that was not necessarily predetermined, but like going into the last game, we kind of knew that they were the winner. But of all the IPL events we've had, it's always come down to the last game for the most part, and I love this.
It feels like it's getting more and more exciting each week, honestly. Like this was my favorite one so far. Really, really good games.
All right.
For sure.
We're getting very close here, guys, but I want the exact name of the Illuvial, please. And I think we got it right there. Tato P from Axel Pablo.
Ah.
Oh, very nice.
I was gonna say TNT. I was waiting for the queue to let me talk. I talk too much.
Oh, it's the shell. There it is.
It's Tato P, right? Yes. Yeah. Tatupi, Seaforus, and no, Tatupi, TNT, Seaforus.
When you first showed off the picture, I thought you zoomed in on the mammoth's brain.
Oh, that's a good one.
That'd be a good one. That'd be a good one.
Yep.
Ramphy? Who said Ramphy?
Young Hoshi, I'm sorry, you said Seaforus, TNT, and then stage 1, but
so close.
Yeah, Tatupi it is. Okay, Axel Pablo, you win. All right, let's check out the scores of the IPL 500. The final results coming up in just a second, and it's quite crazy. I'm saying that. It is quite crazy. Here they are.
Go!
Oh my goodness.
Web3 Gaming.
Well, congratulations to Web3 Gaming TV Hype.
Congrats, Web3 takes it. Deserved, I would say. Siku Perico, second place, 1 point off.
What a run.
And the funny thing is, Web3 Gaming didn't even win a single game. He just went.
It was just consistent.
He was consistently second place, and he would have lost the tiebreaker, which the first tiebreaker would be best performance, to Siku Perico. So this was a nail biter till the end. We got Narkesh after a very rough start, securing third place here with a tiebreaker. John Aquino with 2 wins back-to-back, only getting fourth place. That must sting. Still a great performance, but definitely tough fall off in the end here. We got Axel on fifth. Kulgegast in sixth place in his first big tournament performance. Huge congratulations to him. Furious in seventh. And then Ama Fishy very close in eighth place. And very close also in points. Like, all these players have been performing great.
So I do have to do this again. I'm a Fishy. I'm so sorry for commentators cursing you. I picked them as my prediction, and oh no.
I mean, you guys can call me a prophet. I said Web3 Gaming, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
No, good call.
Good call.
Axel managed to flip up to fifth place. That was one that he'd been tracking behind. Furies managed to push up to seventh, so they probably felt really good that fourth game. They managed to just get up one slot. That was important. I'm sure John Aquino is hating himself right now, like getting those first 2 double wins, feeling on fire, and then just getting knocked down to fourth place. Having to fight over the mud units with Narkesh, that is so tough. And he managed to hit those units before you. Good game, though. GG.
Yeah, going into the competition or going into grand finals and you see somebody's contesting you constantly. Nothing personal, but just you both play that kind of style. Like, that's got to be so frustrating. And then seeing that you're going up against Narkesh, who's probably one of the most consistent players we've had here in Illuvium. For John Aquino's first, what I believe is their first time here in an IPL Grand Finals, winning 2, getting contested by Narkesh. Is there anything more nerve-wracking than you can possibly be put into? So sure, it definitely stings, but to still walk away with fourth, still a fantastic showing. Great job, John Aquino.
Yes, 100%. So we're going to go into a 1-minute break right here. I'm just setting up the interview, and then we're going to be right back with our winner, Web3 Gaming, here in a little interview. See you guys in just a second.
I've seen that molten ground expands 50.
Yeah, we're gonna have it's a perfect storm for this empath right here, who is soaking the damage, who is healing the team, who is healing himself, and on the side of it, like you said, one of the best damage dealers in the game at this 6 gold cost. And yeah, no chance here for the red side, with this Link still at 100 HP after having tanked so much damage as well.
And the crazy thing is he's already got 2 Mystic online as well, so now they're getting that additional damage reduction once they get below 55% health. And I think that if he would just pulled his Ranger back a little bit, his Ranger would have never died. It would have just been able to heal all the way up. In fact, that first cast that Empath Link's had literally did no healing. And Blar is actually really quite strong also, especially with the air, like the blade that, the arrow edge that Furies has. If you get Templar on that, it can be disgusting, because there's a specific 40% increase in the speed modification you get that is really good. We're watching Zika Frico, yes?
Yes, versus Furies.
All right, everyone, we're here with the man who won this IPL 500. We got Web3 Gaming in here. How are you doing, sir? Tell the audience a little bit about what time it is where you are right now.
Thank you, Caveman. Yeah, it's 1:20 a.m., but obviously the tournament was last night. That went pretty much all night, and then didn't sleep much during the day. So, yeah, I just try to keep it simple, and it actually paid off.
Hey, there you go. I mean, these Aussies don't get it easy, but it shows that you guys are enjoying it, or at least enjoying the prize pool. I mean, what are your thoughts on Illuvium in its current state? Do you think you play more for the money or more for the fun? What's driving you more right now?
Well, definitely more for the fun, but I'm not gonna say that the money isn't a factor as well.
Isn't it a motivating factor? Yeah.
Well, I think it's just hard to, once you've earned any kind of money from a game, even if it's not much at all, it's hard to go back to playing a game.
A regular game.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
So yeah, mostly fun. I mean, there's plenty of other Web3 games I could be playing, so it's 100% fun for that, that's keeping me here.
awesome. Well, how are you feeling about this one? Were you stressed, or did you feel like, okay, I got this win in the bag? At what point were you starting to feel comfortable, or were you never comfortable in this one? Did you already do the math and knowing what place you needed to get to secure your victory?
I did very bad maths on the last game. In my head, for whatever reason, I thought I had to place 3 positions, or Perico and whoever else was third had to place. If they placed 3 positions above me, they
Would win.
They beat me.
Okay.
So I was keeping an eye on them, and Perico had like an amazing last game, and he looked like no one was beating him. I kind of already knew that. So I was just sort of trying to place as high as I could get, and then I got third, but for some reason I thought I didn't win if he placed first. But then I started getting messages saying congrats, so I'd won it with the third place. So I was stressed for no reason. Put it that way.
There you go. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, congrats. Did you have a mindset that you were going into for this game? Was there any particular strategy? Were you just like, I'm going to go for the Mystic weapons and just run Mystic each time? I saw that, you had your variant of the Mystic build using the Scorioxes each time. Can you tell us a little bit more about your strategies and what your thoughts were?
Yeah, I was pretty lucky. I got that hammer, the mallet, although that was the mauler, the weapon, the Mystic Earth weapon.
Yep.
Earth Empath, yeah. I got that all the first 3 games. The reason I like that is because you can play the 7 Earth Mystic Granite if depending on what the other players are playing. But that would have been bad in the first 3 games. So you could easily play the corner comp with it and use the Magma and the Scoriox. Or in my case, I think I went with Mystic Granite still, but it was more of a corner comp and not 7 Earth. So it's quite versatile.
Nice. Well, it seemed to have paid off. I wasn't sure. Like, do you think like the max performance, like the maxed out board, is like for Mystic with a Scoriox, or do you not think? Because I saw you didn't really value the 4 Mystic part. I didn't see you pushing that too hard. Where I have seen others do that. What are your thoughts on that?
I think I ideally I would have gone 4 Mystic.
Okay.
I just was. I wasn't the best with my econ, and yeah, I kind of wanted to just lock in good position, so I probably did roll down a little bit more than maybe I otherwise would have if I was going for the 4 Mystic, but then, risking not hitting it, losing HP earlier and not positioning as high. So I wasn't great with my econ, but it was for a decent reason. I just wanted to get a few top 4s
Nice.
locked in. But yeah,
well,
hitting 4 Mystic is quite hard.
It is.
Quite expensive, yeah.
And do you think 4 Mystic is better than 4 Mud? I'm going to ask the other two if they get on also. I'm curious which one is actually the most high-end build. Which one do you think is better?
I think 4 Mystic, especially since you'll probably at least have 3 Granite with that. Maybe 4. Like 4 Granite, 4 Mystic is crazy. But I'm not. I don't know if it's. There might still be some like a really big Ripe Lance or a Rogue team that probably still beats it. I think it's just.
Okay.
Yeah, when it snowballs and starts to win, it looks like it's unbeatable. But I'm not totally sure. It's hard to. Yeah, I couldn't say definitively what the best end game team is at the moment because every game seems to be a little bit different. There's drone augments, legendaries. There's too many variables to really say definitively. But yeah.
And so, how would you say the state of the game is? Is this the best patch you've had? Like, I feel like there's the most variety I've seen out of any of these. Like, every game, everyone's playing basically something different. People who contest usually struggle. Like in this last game, the 2 Mud players got 7th and 8th or bottom 4. What are your thoughts on the state of the game right now?
Yeah, I think it's, from memory, it's probably the best state it's ever been in regards to, variety of teams we're seeing, but also balance, because they balanced out there were some issues with the composite chips, kind of too frequent, and then Revenant being too powerful. So once they've sorted that out, it's best state it's been in, I think.
Oh, that's great to hear. I'm just gonna say congrats again on getting this victory. I don't know if you watched or if you'll watch later, you'll know I voted for you. I'm happy you made it. Great job. You were my favorite. Well done. I don't know if we have another interview lined up. I'll ping Paz or if you could let me know. I think that's all the questions I have for you. Congrats, and I think you've pretty much locked in your spot for the 100,000 tournament now. So now it's just coasting. Are you going to be changing up any of your strategies as we get further along, or are you just going to keep training consistently the way you do?
I think the secret ingredients is just playing a lot. So I'm not gonna. Yeah, it's just gonna be playing a lot. Obviously, we'll be on a completely different patch by then.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say.
Yeah, I think I was looking. You have what?
Yeah, playing a lot.
33 ranked games right now for this patch since Thursday. Is that correct?
I think so.
I was looking at everyone's numbers before this. And I was like, wow, 33. I pushed pretty hard for 20, and I was like, dang, you guys are cooking. So, well,
yeah,
awesome.
And I'm only half as much as some people. So
I know. Yeah, I'm officially at like 66 or something, 64. Yeah, it's wild. Well, awesome. Well, congrats again. I hope you have a great day, Web3, and we'll hope to see you up here next time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. See you, man. Paz, you're looking a little bit muted to me.
Oh. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the cool interview. That was really nice to hear. I'm afraid that's going to be the only person who was down to interview. We're going to ramp them up a little bit more for the next week's tournament. We're going to have more interviews there. Well, we have the 5 trivias in. We have the 4 games in. We have our winner, who is Australian, the worst time zones to compete in this tournament. So big shout out to him. Shout out.
I mean, that just it shows that people are loving this game. I mean, like, it doesn't matter like how much money it is. Like, some people won't care. Like, they'll go to sleep. Especially because it's a risk versus there's not a 100% chance you're going to get it. So I think it just shows that Illuvium is still keeping the quality and the fun elements that we all want from it.
Yeah. 100%. I've seen many like many competitions where money may bring somebody into the game, but it doesn't keep them there. They like if they don't like it, they'll come over, cash in, check out. Meanwhile, Illuvium, like we're calling a lot of these players veterans because they've been around for a while, and it's wonderful to see.
Yeah, 100%. And with that, big shout out to the Illuvium team. I think we have also seen in the player profiles, always being very community close, seeing the feedback of the community, working together with them, and yeah, being a great development team. Obviously with its ups and downs, but lately we're just seeing more and more ups. So that's really cool to see. Thank you for the admin team of the IPL crew in the back end. Quants, Erica, Tholki, you guys did an amazing job. You carry this stuff in the shadows. Thank you for that. Thank you for all the viewers. We're going to be back next week, so make sure to join again. Next week, we're probably going to have Saturday and Sunday stream, so that's going to be really cool. We're going to have a little bit more broadcasts. Thank you for all the players. Good luck for next week, and good luck for the qualifiers. IPL 1000 is next week with $20,000 on the line. So, and there's open qualifiers for that. So make sure to practice and join there. That's going to be really cool. Thank you to you guys, obviously. Any last words before we close it out?
Thank you to you, Paz. You're the one who's been leading it. Congrats. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sweet. All right. Yes, I'm looking forward to next week. It's going to be exciting. And tomorrow, on Tuesday, we have the Leviathan tournament finals for $10,000 as well. So that's going to be cool. I think it's going to be on Tempest, on Tempest's Guild. They are hosting it. So I think
Storm and H has been doing a bunch of the streaming there.
Storming is the guy who's casting them. Yes. Maybe one of us will also do a little bit of a co-stream. We'll see. But yeah, Tuesday is our next event. Otherwise, see you next week for the IPL 1000, our biggest tournament yet. Have a good evening, everyone, or a good day. Wonderful rest of your week and a good start to the next week. We are out. I love it. So many close fights, man.
Yeah, and now we're looking at Web3 Gaming, who just got his Scoriox online for Magna. I don't know if you guys see that. Multi-crown expands 50% faster and grants a 30% damage amplification. This is going to be going against the 4-9 or Berserker. This is going to be a very, very close fight, I think. And it's going to come down to one of the mud units being super amplified by the other mud units that have been eliminated.
Yeah, we're gonna have a look at our main tank right here, the Caradulux, and obviously the Gorilla jumping into the backline, trying to get an entry, is gonna be stuck on the crunk for now. The Caradulux is melting away quite fast. Now they're gonna swap once they are finished with that guy. They're gonna swap onto the Gorilla standing in front of them. So Gorilla should be going down in a second. But since they have Berserker, they hold on and they're just melting the enemy team. It's just over before it even started.
Please stop. What's going to be most important is how this competition is disruptive pressure. Everything's going to rely around that unit tagging these units in together. The mud unit's going to flat or there's just enough power. If that go-to gets tapped by these mud units, that's going to
Let's have a look at the Gorilla jumping into the backline onto the Empaths, not onto the Octius or the Fur Knight, so that's pretty bad for the red side here. Axon with the Harbinger going down instantly. The Empaths didn't take damage from the Gorilla. The Shoton here is on the right plans and needs one more cast to take it down. There it comes, right plans down, and now we are on. Well, everything else is already dead though. The Shoton last unit standing here besides the wings, and that's gonna be it. Jonakinho takes another win back to back in the IPL 500 Grand Finals. have an easy time here. The Gnarl is going to be tanking the Slasher for quite some time. In the meantime, the Forus and the Riptorus tag teaming took down also the enemy Scorpion. And now everybody is going to turn onto the Penguin, who is surely going to fall in just a second. It's going to almost be able to take down the Forus, but there comes a big supportive stun from the Goliath. And it's going to seal the deal here for Axel, getting knocked out in 6th place. GG's.
And, you know, it wasn't just the Raptors, it's the Rangers.
So Miss Bunker to get shoot through and fall before they have the time for the heels to come through. That mammoth right in the middle is doing such a great job of holding the line. Last night, though, actually doing a fantastic job of ignoring the tank and going after the support, going after the CC. So it's going to be able to hang on for just a little bit longer. Nice shots once again from the mammoth that did so much damage. So there's just too much here. It looks like it's going to be Web3 Gaming falling out third.
Secret Rico actually lost against the legend. Giannichino lost against the Web3 team. So now it is literally a final match. In this last round.
Is Secret Rico going to be able to stop John Aquino's win streak? That's what we're looking out for. And it is Spain versus Brazil here in the final moments of match number 2 in the best of 4 of the IPL 500. But I think John Aquino probably pushed a lot of strength on his board now. He probably looks to stabilize his board very soon, so it's going to be an interesting fight.
He's got
with the big finale in December. 1 second here, I'm a little bit lost. There we go. Okay, so the IPL 500 today, the format looks like this. We have the top 16 tournament players by IPL points made it automatically into the tournament, and then the top 48 of the sit and go qualifier made it also in. So everybody can always play in those tournaments, and if you qualify through the sit and go, you just show up, play some ranked games, you're gonna come into the big league, into the big tournament. Yesterday was day 1 from 64 players, in a best of 2 down to 32 players, best of 2 down to 60 players, and then a best of 3 in the semifinals down to 8 players. Now we are in day number 2, and we have a best of 4 ahead of us to crown our grand champion today.
Stressed by watching this. I feel like the enemy team is in a good position here with 5 bulwark. This is pretty nasty. The reposition happened last second. Oof.
That's always one of the beautiful things of having that one final move that's kind of a surprise. And that Sinolf is in the perfect spot. Here he goes, diving on through, going to do so much damage, including to that Darius. It's Louis, who we now know it is behind the red. The front line here from Nerdcash is starting to fall. But the same thing as for Axel. The second shot coming out of the Sinolf is going to finally release that Darius. And now Nerdcash is the time that they need to do. They need perfect Illuvium. Well, so far, they're doing all right. Splitting the damage relatively evenly, though, so the laser heal is doing some pretty solid value. Also chipping away here at that frontline ranger here on the red side. Now it's just down to that Chardulux to try and hold the line with only the 2 inbounds here for I'm a Fishy. But the numbers game is probably just going to be way too much here. Web3, in theory, should be able to tear on through. And we can see right there that Grogo immediately was basically dead. Right back to about half HP. We're going to get the overtime pulses to come on through, but this numbers game is just too high. I'm Fishy pretty decent angle. It's an angle with multiple units. Taking down some critically that fully odd fantastic so far. And has created that range of
restart our client just in case. Finally, it's gonna go down. 2 more shots. This guy missed
was Raylu taking the better of him. Wow. I think I turned off my graphics because look at that with the shadows. This looks insane.
There for Web 3. And we've seen what happened in the last battle. But look at the Ranger immediately getting a bunch of those fighters swarming upon it. But I'm waiting for the one bag is going to have the opportunity to do so. And I don't think so. So it's going to go down in this instant. But there goes the Fado. It's going to end up falling to some big flying calling here for Kuligas. That's for the time being. The variety is going to come on through. But we're going to see slowly but surely once again. Web 3 has just been able to subside all the pressure and deflect all damage and let that Plasma Knight go absolutely nuts to the Scoriots.
How tanky they are because of their health reducers.
Second place 700, all the way down to 40th place with $20. So top 40 are with the money, and big money is obviously in the top 8.
There's no better time to start. I actually want to acknowledge Boomer here in Twitch chat for saying I don't have any sort of use. This is a full-time thing. You can start right here, right now in the Illuvium Arena. It's all based off of Scotland.
The Ranger is holding on so well versus 3 big units. Here comes the support from the Goliath and the Fur Knight. Everything is stunning these 3 units, and now the Ranger just teleports out, baiting those 3 units, the main damage dealers, and yeah, nothing can be done here from the side of Axel. He's gonna take a 8th place here in game number 2 of the IPL 500.
Fishy also getting knocked out with his 2 Furioxes. Web3 Gaming is happy. He is smiling because he can now finish off his Scoriox. But you know what Web3 did there? He put that Ranger in
their life. And we have a best of 4 today in the channel, so it's not the end of the world for one player right here. We can very well still be in that. But definitely always stinks to start off the tournament in a rough spot. Amafishi versus Axel here. Can Amafishi hold on with his Forus? Definitely a huge unit right there. Fernite sitting in the back with a fighting chip, getting a lot of capacity. Forus has a nice entry on the left side, but it is taking a lot of damage already. And the Furiox is actually focusing in the main area, which is devastating for Amafishi from the red side here with 1 HP. Furiox in the backline is untouched. There's no more tanks left, so he has a stun, and that's gonna surely be enough. Gonna be able to hold on and fence off those rogues. Yes, it will be. Amafishi taking out 6 points.
Take a brief air units there to clean things up quite nicely. And Furies, it's so early in this game, but yet they're already taking so much damage, down to 43.
And guess what Fury did? He has the important staff. He knew he was in a bad spot already. He changed weapons. He's trying to go
Yeah.
That's cool to see. So we do have the weapon change that was so much requested. And yeah, he doesn't have too many copies yet, but he's rolling right now. He is on 30. Oh no, how much is he? He's on 43 health. So definitely needs to get going, especially because we're in close race, right?